Seeing this, Hisong casually collected these spirit stones, with a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. It seems that having spirit stones around him during the foundation establishment breakthrough did not increase the success rate. His previous preparations had been in vain. However, Hisong didn't care too much about it. After all, it was just an attempt. Even if it had no effect, he still succeeded in his foundation establishment. With one last glance around, Hisong's figure soon disappeared from the mountain peak. Breaking through the foundation establishment on the mountain peak was just a coincidence. It would be better to familiarize himself with the ins and outs of the foundation establishment realm in his own cave mansion. Soon, Hisong returned to his cave mansion. Sitting cross-legged in his quiet room, all the experiences during his foundation establishment breakthrough flashed through Hisong's mind. If my memory is correct, my mana was born during the 7th compression of spirit power. For other foundation establishment cultivators, their mana is usually born during the 9th or 10th compression of spirit power. As for me, because of the 6 foundation establishment elixirs, the chi sinking into elixir field skill, and the foundation establishment insights I acquired earlier, the time it took for my mana to be born was much faster than others. By that calculation, even if I had only used one foundation establishment elixir, I could still have a chance to establish my foundation. It's just that the success rate was too low compared to the success rate after the full preparation. However, now that it's come to this, breaking through the foundation establishment is all that matters, and everything else is just minor details. What's really difficult is not having any cultivation skills for the foundation establishment realm, as well as skills and tunneling skills for the foundation establishment realm. At this moment, it was the time when the Thick Earth sect and the 7-Star sect began to fight fiercely. Foundation establishment masters entered the fray one after another, advancing from the Mountain Immortal City towards the territory of the 7-Star sect. At this time, if he returned to the sect, claiming that he had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, he would definitely be rewarded by the sect leader, and perhaps even be given some good items. At the same time, techniques, spells, and other things related to the foundation establishment realm would be available for him to use. However, enjoying these benefits would come at a price. The cost would be that, within 10 years, or even before 10 years have passed, Hisong would be sent to the battlefield by a transfer order to face and fight against the foundation establishment masters of the 7-Star sect. Hisong did not want to fight. As an everlasting being, he had no lifespan limit and could not, like other cultivators, fight to the death for an opportunity. If he doesn't fight, he definitely won't die. If he truly goes to fight, that's when he will die. Therefore, this idea can only be abandoned. But, if he doesn't stay in the Thick Earth sect, would he go to other sects nearby? With his current identity as a foundation establishment master, he would naturally be treated with respect if he went to other sects, just like Mengguan, who had just broken through and was inducted into the sect. However, Hisong, who had already gained a foothold in the Thick Earth sect, really didn't want to give up his foundation in this place. Hisong had now firmly established himself in the Thick Earth sect. He had 2 foundation establishment realm friends in the sect, and the sect leader had personally bestowed 2 foundation establishment elixirs to help him succeed in the foundation establishment. With such great momentum, how could he willingly give it up if he wasn't forced into a desperate situation? But when it comes to the point where he has to leave, Hisong won't hesitate. But at this moment, he still had some time to wait. Fortunately, I'm only 56 now, and there are still at least 4 years to wait. For now, I'll just retreat and cultivate in my cave mansion, and see if there will be a winner in the struggle between the Thick Earth sect and the 7-Star sect in these 4 years. I don't believe those 2 golden elixir masters won't make a move. His gaze looked towards the direction of the Thick Earth sect. Hisong made the decision to hide for 4 years, and immediately put the matter of going out to the back of his mind. With 4 more years to go. Not too long. Not too short. But luckily, he had himself an opportunity during the chi refining stage. Now that he had reached foundation establishment, it was time to see what exactly was recorded in those 2 ayat sleedias he had obtained from me CANC. During Hisong's 8th tier of chi refining, he once encountered an attempt on his life by a steward named Mitsung from the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion while he was out to collect spirit rice. Luckily, Hisong had a backup plan and set up 2 array skills in a small valley. With the help of the 2 arrays, Mitsong died at the hands of Hisong. Hisong searched several jade slips from Mitsong's storage bag. Among these jade slips, there was the chi sinking into elixir field skill, a secret method that could increase the success rate of foundation establishment. There were 2 other jade slips that Hisong could not view due to his inadequate cultivation base and lack of divine sense. However, Hisong had now reached foundation establishment. His divine sense had been born. Naturally, those 2 jade slips which he couldn't view before should now be accessible. After making the decision to temporarily wait for a few years in his cave mansion while watching the development of this great war, Hisong naturally wouldn't be idle. With a thought, 2 jade slips appeared in front of Hisong. These 2 jade slips were the ones he had taken from Mitsong, which he was unable to view during the chi refining stage. Picking up one of the jade slips, Hisong's divine sense probed it, and immediately understood the contents. At first, Hisong was unable to read the jade slip in the chi refining stage, but once his divine sense probed it, it seemed as if he had broken through some sort of prohibition, and he easily read the information recorded in the jade slip. Blood escape skill. This was a tunneling skill that could be used for traveling normally, and also for escaping in critical moments. When not using essence blood as a catalyst and relying only on mana, it would function as a normal tunneling skill for traveling and such. However, if one uses their own essence blood as a catalyst, it could explode with extreme speed in a short amount of time. A cultivator who has learned this skill can rely on the sudden burst of extreme speed to escape their enemy's pursuit. At the same time, since it uses essence blood as a catalyst, the speed at which the blood escape skill can explode during critical moments is much faster than ordinary escape tunneling skills. Usually, opponents can't react in time before the cultivator equipped with the blood escape skill has vanished into the distance. With such extreme speed, the price to pay is naturally not small. Burning a drop of essence blood can maintain the tunneling skill for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Although a cup of tea's worth of time is enough to escape an enemy's pursuit with the speed of the blood escape skill, the consumption of a drop of essence blood is still painful for foundation establishment cultivators. Ordinary cultivators possess only 10 drops of essence blood. If one has practiced body refining skills, they might have more essence blood, but not by much. Recovering essence blood once it's consumed is not easy. Ordinary cultivators need years of hard work to recover it. Even cultivators who have practiced body refining skills need at least a year to recover a single drop of essence blood by accelerating the condensation of essence blood with their body refining skills. Given how precious essence blood is, it's clear just how fast the blood escape skill can be when for using the essence blood as a catalyst. After examining the jade slip with his divine sense and obtaining all the methods of practicing and using the blood escape skill, a glint flashed through Hisong's eyes. He had just broken through the foundation establishment realm. It was the time when he had the least amount of skills at hand. If he encountered other foundation establishment cultivators, Hisong, who had no foundation establishment skills, might not even be able to fight back. Chapter 180-180, Arrow God Thorn. But at the moment, he couldn't enter the thick earth sect and use contribution points to exchange for various skills in the foundation establishment realm. Therefore, when Hisong saw the blood escape skill in the jade slip, a weight was lifted off his chest. With the blood escape skill, once he practiced it to the point where he could use it freely without losing power, even if a foundation establishment realm cultivator attacked, he could escape using the blood escape skill. It only cost him a drop of essence blood. He could recover in a few years. For Hisong, using a few years in exchange for a life was extremely cost-effective. Thus, he didn't need to worry about being discovered and killed. Even if he didn't have any means to contend with other foundation establishment masters, he had the blood escape skill on him. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators probably couldn't do anything to him. When his life was threatened, the blood escape skill could help Hisong turn danger into safety. One could say that the appearance of the blood escape skill significantly improved Hisong's safety. If he couldn't defeat them, was it impossible for him to escape? With the blood escape skill, Hisong didn't have to worry about not being able to escape. Feeling slightly exhilarated, Hisong put the jade slip containing the blood escape skill back into his storage bag. This was a good thing and had to be stored carefully. After putting the jade slip of the blood escape skill into the storage bag, Hisong shifted his gaze to another jade slip. This jade slip, like the blood escape skill, was also found in Mitsong's storage bag. He didn't know what was recorded inside. With anticipation, Hisong picked up the jade slip, and his divine sense probed within. Arrow God Thorn. Divine Sense Attack Skill. The divine sense was condensed into arrow-shaped thorns and then released through a special method, inflicting massive damage on the opponent. Under one strike, if the opponent was not severely damaged, they would suffer head dizziness, reduced battle power drastically. If it was severe, blood flowed from all the orifices, and they would die immediately due to divine sense dissipation. Generally speaking, divine sense attack skills were used when one's cultivation was overwhelming the opponent. Or, when one had taken many elixirs that could enhance divine sense and brought their divine sense above the same cultivation level cultivators. Only by doing so could the above effects be achieved. If the opponent's divine sense was stronger, the one who would suffer divine sense shock, faint-headedness, substantial decrease in fighting power, or even blood flowing and divine sense disappearing, would be oneself. One could say, the Arrow God Thorn, this divine sense attack skill, was like a double-edged sword. It could hurt others, and also oneself. In the hands of ordinary cultivators, it was a skill primarily used to bully juniors. Foundation establishment masters could kill chi refining cultivators effortlessly using this technique. With one strike, even a chi refining great perfection cultivator would die with blood flowing out of all orifices. At the same time, unlike other skills that consumed mana, divine sense attack skills consumed divine sense. Under unresisted conditions, the consumption of divine sense could be considered minimal. Under such circumstances, as long as they faced a chi-refining cultivator whose cultivation was lower, they couldn't fight back without manifested divine sense. A foundation establishment master who had grasped the divine sense attack skill would undoubtedly be a born killer. No matter how many chi-refining cultivators were involved, as long as they had mastered this skill, they could kill one by one or two in pairs. Using artifacts consumed spirit power. Using divine sense attack skills, facing chi-refining cultivators who had not even condensed divine sense, had virtually no cost. In this way, Hisong also had an overwhelming attack ability against chi-refining cultivators. Arrow God Thorn, with my divine sense stronger than the average foundation establishment cultivator, this divine sense attack skill is perfect for me. From now on, whether it is sneak attacks or escaping, I have one more tactic. In a sneak attack, I can hit the enemy with the Arrow God Thorn beforehand, causing them to experience divine sense shock, dizziness, and a sharp decrease in fighting power. Or else they might suffer from blood gushing from the orifices and die from divine sense dissipation. When escaping, I can hit the enemy with an Arrow God Thorn, making them unable to chase. Simply perfect. After imprinting the cultivation method and means of use of the Arrow God Thorn in his memory, Hisong revealed a look of amazement. He would secretly list the Arrow God Thorn as a skill he must learn as soon as possible. For Hisong, this Arrow God Thorn was extremely powerful. It was useful whether it was for sneak attacks or escaping. In addition, if a chi-refining cultivator tried to challenge Hisong in the future, Hisong would have the ability to strike them with a reduced dimension. As soon as the Arrow God Thorn appeared, no matter how outstanding the opponent might be, as long as their cultivation was still in the chi-refining stage and they had not produced divine sense, there was only death awaiting them. After taking back the jade slip containing the Arrow God Thorn into his storage bag, Hisong finally let out a long breath. For the following 4 years. Chapter 181, 181, 181. 3 years later, however, after Wei Fan went to the Mountain Immortal City, every time Hisong saw him, he always asked when the thick earth sect would attack, making Hisong somewhat puzzled. At the same time, he also felt that the recent order from the Golden Elixir Master was a bit unusual. Besides that, he didn't say much more. But when Hisong read Meng Guan's letter about the unusual behavior, a guess quickly flashed through his mind. Sending Foundation Establishment Masters into the 7-star sect's territory but not staying for long and leaving after appearing when done for the first time, it would undoubtedly put Foundation Establishment Masters in the 7-star sect on high alert. Thinking that the Thick Earth sect was about to launch a full-scale attack. However, if this behavior continues for a while and the Thick Earth sect side still does not take action, the Foundation Establishment Masters of the 7-star sect will probably get used to it. their alertness towards thick earth sex foundation establishment masters will significantly decrease. Though not to the point of ignoring them, the drop in alertness is inevitable. In such a state, if the thick earth sect were suddenly to start a full-scale offensive one day, it would catch the 7-star sect off guard. If it's just foundation establishment masters taking action together, they might manage to hold on. But if there is a golden elixir master taking action, the situation would be entirely different. Could it be a golden elixir master wants to take action to end this war? Or are both golden elixir masters going to intervene? With various conjectures flashing through his mind, he saw him look towards the gate of the thick earth sect, feeling that something significant was about to happen. Perhaps he might really be able to return to the thick earth sect in 4 years. However, whether this will happen, Hisong is not very sure. After pondering for a long time, Hisong eventually shook his head and dismissed the idea. Thinking so much is meaningless, it's better to wait quietly and see what will happen in these 4 years. If he can return to the thick earth sect, then he will go back. If he cannot, he will leave the thick earth sect's territory and head to other sect's location. At this moment, he has become a foundation establishment master. No matter where he goes, he will be a distinguished guest of the sects and aristocratic families there. He then replied to Mengguan, telling him that he did not know why Wei Fan was unusually eager for battle and advised him to keep an eye on Wei Fan. Hisong soon entered the seclusive cultivation state and began practicing blood escape skill and arrow god thorn. Now Hisong already knew the latest progress of the war between the thick earth sect and the 7-star sect in Mountain Immortal City. Although returning to the sect seems possible, Hisong dared not rush back to the sect when things had not settled down. Under these circumstances, learning the 2 foundational techniques he could study became the essential task for Hisong. Practicing the blood escape skill was not difficult. By expanding the smoke array's coverage, covering a vast area within the smoke array's range, and ensuring that he would not be discovered when practicing the blood escape skill, Hisong soon began practicing the blood escape skill. He carefully memorized the key points of using the blood escape skill, using mana to stimulate the skill, and transformed himself into tunneling light, flying in the sky. At first, Hisong could only fly in a straight line when using the skill. But once he got the hang of it, Hisong could control the tunneling light freely, increasing its speed and changing its direction in the sky. At the same time, his technique for using mana to stimulate the blood escape skill also improved, increasing his speed. Normally, the mana consumed when using the blood escape skill determines its speed. If used at full power, the mana consumption will be rapid. Naturally, its speed will be extremely fast, giving it an advantage over general tunneling skills. However, Hisong had yet to try using Essence Blood as a guide to practice blood escape skill. Trying it would require years of recovery, so Hisong was unwilling to do it unless his life was in danger. At the same time, when practicing the blood escape skill, Hisong discovered something else. The color of tunneling light changed according to the attributes and mana of the cultivator. The main difference between mana and spirit power is that mana can be controlled at will. In other words, as long as Hisong wanted, his body's mana could change into any attribute. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, he could alter it to any attribute. As a result, after discovering this, Hisong changed the color of his tunneling light to water blue when he transformed into it. Not because he liked this color, but because the water blue color was similar to the sky's blue, making it the least noticeable color when flying in the sky using the tunneling light. Perhaps his tunneling light's water blue color, similar to the blue sky, made others overlook it, thus avoiding some trouble? After changing his tunneling light color to water blue, mastering the blood escape skill to the point where he could use it freely and without losing any speed, Hisong nodded in satisfaction. As for the practice of Arrow God Thorn, the requirements for divine sense were quite high. Arrow God Thorn was not about releasing one's divine sense all at once to attack the enemy's divine sense or soul. Such an attack method didn't involve any skill, and you could even say that everyone was capable of it. The cultivation of Arrow God Thorn. It was about using special techniques to gather one's divine sense into a solid form, like an arrow shot in a condensed state, and instantly causing great damage to the enemy's divine sense or soul. It was like a stone dropped into a pond. The released divine sense would bring great shocks to the enemy's divine sense or soul. The soul or divine sense being suddenly impacted. Of course, it would also cause a cultivator's divine sense to fluctuate, making them dizzy and significantly reducing their combat power. Those with weak souls or divine senses might even bleed from all 7 orifices and die on the spot due to their divine sense being destroyed. At the same time, the cultivation of Arrow God Thorn had high requirements for Hisong's own divine sense. Fortunately, his divine sense was half stronger than that of an average cultivator at the same level, so he could practice it. Just like that. Time slowly passed. Hisong continued to cultivate Blood Escape skill and Arrow God Thorn in his cave mansion. In the blink of an eye. 3 years passed in an instant. During these 3 years, the first skill Hisong started to cultivate was Blood Escape skill. Blood Escape skill was the best skill for Hisong to rely on for survival, so naturally, it was the first he practiced. Only after he could cast Blood Escape skill freely without losing any speed would Hisong start to cultivate Arrow God Thorn. If he were to practice Arrow God Thorn first, and a Foundation Establishment Master discovered the location of Hisong's cave mansion and broke in, Hisong, without any means of escape, would be defenseless. For the sake of his own safety, Hisong naturally knew which to choose first. Cultivating Blood Escape skill was quite simple. It took Hisong only a year and a half to completely master it, being able to cast it freely without losing any speed. After that, Hisong turned his focus onto Arrow God Thorn. However, in the remaining year and a half, during Hisong's cultivation of Arrow God Thorn, he discovered that the cultivation difficulty of Arrow God Thorn was much higher than that of Blood Escape skill. Hisong had never learned about Divine Sense attack skills before, so the speed at which he cultivated this skill was quite slow. At the same time, Arrow God Thorn had strict requirements for a cultivator's Divine Sense. Although Hisong's Divine Sense met the criteria and could be used to cultivate Arrow God Thorn. However, due to the fact that he was starting halfway, cultivating it was very difficult, making him furrow his brows. Fortunately, Hisong didn't care too much about the passing of time. Therefore, even today, a year and a half later, when Arrow God Thorn had not yet been cultivated to the point where it could be cast freely without losing its power, Hisong had not given up. The difficulty of Arrow God Thorn had taken Hisong by surprise. But even so, Hisong continued to practice it daily, hoping to reach the point where he could cast it freely without losing its power. However, this goal seemed to be still a little far at present. But, from the day Hisong broke through to Foundation Establishment to today, a full 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, although Hisong had been in seclusive cultivation for Blood Escape skill and Arrow God Thorn, he was well aware of the outside world. 3 years ago, when Hisong broke through to Foundation Establishment, he had communicated with Mengguan and learned of the speculation that there would be major actions in the Thick Earth sect. Things did not go beyond Hisong's expectations. 1 year ago, 2 years after Hisong's Foundation Establishment, Master Yen Shan and Master Fa Xian of the Thick Earth sect quietly took action. After opening the sect protection array of the Thick Earth sect to ensure their supply route was not cut off, the two masters joined forces and launched an attack on the defensive line of the 7-star sect with great force. The powerful strength of the Golden Elixir Masters was fully displayed at that moment. Although Hisong did not witness it personally, from Mengguan's and Wei Fan's descriptions, he could feel the shock they had witnessed firsthand. That level of power was far greater than that of the Foundation Establishment Masters. The Foundation Establishment Masters of the 7-star sect fell one by one, like wheat being cut, and the sky was filled with blood mist, with bloodshed and carnage everywhere. In that strike, the Thick Earth sect emerged victorious. If it weren't for the timely appearance of the sect leader of the 7-star sect, Master Tian Shu, who single-handedly held back Master Yen Shan and Master Fa Xian, the 7-star sect's Foundation Establishment Masters would have suffered even heavier losses. Nevertheless, Masters Yen Shan and Fa Xian still managed to lead the Foundation Establishment Masters of the Thick Earth sect, pushing the battlefront all the way from the Mountain Immortal City, where the two sects bordered, to the foot of the 7-star sect's mountains. Master Tian Shu, the sect leader of the 7-star sect, was also injured and forced to retreat due to holding back two masters of the same level. From then on, the 7-star sect activated its sect protection array, and all Foundation Establishment Masters retreated to the protection of the array, trapped within the sect's mountain gates. Seeing this, the two masters of the Thick Earth sect did not press the attack. Instead, they began to take control of the 7-star sect's territory with their Foundation Establishment Masters. Meanwhile, after the 7-star sect had been trapped within their mountain gates, the Thick Earth sect closed its temporarily open sect protection array. The sect protection array was one of the strongest foundations of almost all sections. Once the sect protection array was activated, the resources consumed would undoubtedly be enormous. Chapter 182 Foundation Establishment Failure. In such circumstances, the defense and offensive capabilities of the sect protection array were naturally second to none. When there is no threat, the Thick Earth sect's sect protection array would not remain activated all the time. The two golden elixir masters of Thick Earth sect didn't pay much attention to the sect protection array of the 7-star sect. Forcing a sect protection array requires a massive amount of resources and manpower. Such a feat would also be practically impossible to achieve in a short span of time. Instead, while the 7-star sect's sect protection array is activated, it was better to gain control over all the forces within the influence of the 7-star sect, turning the mountain gate of the 7-star sect into an isolated island. Perhaps, when the 7-star sect could no longer sustain the terrifying consumption of the sect protection array and would have to shut it down, they would find their forces to have been completely taken over by the Thick Earth sect once they stepped out of their gate. Even then, if they couldn't find a solution, the 7-star sect might even risk expulsion by the two golden elixir masters from the Thick Earth sect. By then, Master Tian Shu of the 7-star sect would probably be spitting blood. Presently, it has been 3 years since Yisong broke through to Foundation establishment. This year, the sect protection array of the 7-star sect was still active. Meanwhile, the Foundation establishment masters and golden elixir masters of the Thick Earth sect were happily claiming territory within the influence of the 7-star sect. Almost every Foundation establishment master had their pockets full of cultivation resources and various treasures. A sect war. It was as dangerous as it was opportunistic. Victory meant wealth, as the Foundation establishment masters of the Thick Earth sect were currently enjoying. Defeat would result in death, such as the fate of those Foundation establishment masters of the 7-star sect. The reason Yisong did not want to get involved in the sect war was obviously due to concern for his own safety. He would rather not acquire an opportunity this way. Nor was he inclined to take part in a sect war with such a high-risk factor. At the same time, knowing that the two golden elixir masters from within his sect had blatantly attacked all the way to the foot of the 7-star sect's mountain gate, Yisong did not rush back to his sect. Instead, after getting this news, he further accelerated his practice with the arrow god Thorn. But just 3 years after Yisong's Foundation establishment, while he was practicing the arrow god Thorn, the sound transmission amulet in front of him started to glow again. Upon seeing this, Yisong quickly stopped his practice of the arrow god Thorn and picked up the sound transmission amulet. Taking a thin piece of paper from the amulet, he glanced over it. Mr. He Xuanxuang failed to establish her foundation 2 years ago, but she has recovered from her injuries and is about to be assigned elsewhere. Before leaving, she remembered the gift you gave in Greenwall Immortal City and asked to meet you one last time to show her gratitude. Pinger. Reading the lines on the paper, Yisong raised an eyebrow. Pinger's older sister? Chu Xuanxuang? Chu Xuanxuang's establishment foundation failed? With a distant look in his eyes, Yisong looked towards the direction of the Thick Earth sect's mountain gate and sighed softly. Thinking back when he had just arrived in this world. He met his new friends, Mengguan and Wei Fan. Right after that, he met Pinger on their way to the Spirit Skill Pavilion in the Immortal Pavilion. From that time on, Pinger was already acquainted with Chu Xuanxuang. Later, with Chu Xuanxuang's help, Pinger successfully became a disciple of Master Qingyue. Thus, Pinger's status changed from a minor cultivator of the Immortal Pavilion to a disciple of a true master in the Thick Earth sect. This status change was undoubtedly huge. And by a stroke of luck, he also got acquainted with Chu Xuanxuang. Although their relationship wasn't close and there were no romantic feelings involved, they could still be considered acquaintances. Now Chu Xuanxuang had failed in her foundation establishment, had recovered from her injuries, and was going to be assigned elsewhere. It was unlikely they would meet again. Before she left, Chu Xuanxuang remembered that he once gifted her in both Pinger and Master Qingyue, thus wanting to thank him in person seemed reasonable. However, he glanced over the quiet room he was in. A helpless look flashed through Yisong's face. Now, he himself had already established his foundation. If he were to return to the sect now, his presence would immediately be detected by the foundation establishment masters in the sect. The appearance of a new foundation establishment master would undeniably attract a lot of attention. And what's more, going to see someone who's just failed in their foundation establishment as a newly appointed foundation establishment master, isn't that a bit too cruel? Of course, the most important thing was that if he returned to the sect now, it would clash with Hisong's plan. According to his plan, he needed to return to the sect a few days, or perhaps half a month, before his 60th birthday. That way, he could give others the illusion that his foundation establishment was a mere stroke of luck. As such, he would be seen as just another average cultivator who managed to establish his foundation by luck. Not as someone who shone brilliantly right from the start. Only then could Hisong blend in within the thick earth sect, steadily increasing his strength inconspicuously. Consequently, since Chu Xuanxuang has now recovered from her failed foundation establishment and is about to be stationed elsewhere, her wish to meet him one last time seems unlikely to come true. This matter may not be viable. He shook his head. Hisong casually took out a thin piece of paper, let his spiritual power flow from his fingertips, leaving lines of characters on the paper. Unfortunately, I failed in my attempt to build my foundation a year ago, and I am now healing in a secluded place, unable to return to the sect to see Sister Xuanxuang. I am now 59, and if I cannot break through the foundation establishment before 60, I'm afraid there's no hope for me in this lifetime. I believe Sister Xuanxuang will understand that whether I succeed in building a foundation or not this time, I will personally visit her. I hope Pinger will speak a few kind words for me. Hisong. After doing all this, Hisong put the paper into the sound transmission amulet. As his spiritual power was released, the paper disappeared instantly. Seeing this situation, Hisong sighed, feeling the irony of fate. Chu Xuanxuang. As Pinger and Hisong chatted casually. She only had the talent of a four spirits root. The reason she was able to become a disciple of Master Qingyue was that she was related to her. So she was able to enter the thick earth sect and become a disciple of a master. The pity is, despite all this, because of her own limitations and bad luck, she ultimately failed to cross the difficult road of foundation establishment. Even as a disciple of thick earth sect, the first disciple of a foundation establishment master, she ended up like this. This shows how difficult foundation establishment is. It's as hard as scaling the heavens. For ordinary loose cultivators, the road to foundation establishment is much more difficult than for disciples of the sect. Sect's disciples consider building foundations must be fully prepared, and there is still a high chance of failure. For ordinary loose cultivators, even if they have made what they consider to be full preparation, their success rate is incomparable to a sect's disciples. Sect's disciples have foundation establishment elixirs and teachings on foundation establishment. What do loose cultivators have? With this in mind, Hisong couldn't help but sigh. Mengguan is indeed lucky. After replying to Pinger's letter, images of his acquaintance with Chu Xuanxuang flashed through Hisong's mind, making him feel extremely depressed. He knew that such things would inevitably occur frequently in the future. He should get used to it. But the more he thought about it, the more obvious the frustration in his heart became. Out of helplessness, Hisong opened the door of his meditation room, went outside the cave mansion to enjoy the scenery and clear his mind. At least, he should dispel his gloom before he trains with the arrow god Thorn. Moreover, it also allowed him to gradually get used to the feeling of familiar faces gradually being left behind, while he would keep moving forward. As an everlasting being, Hisong was bound to face such situations in the future. It is better to face it directly than to avoid it. Having experienced a lot, his immunity to such things would naturally be higher. Perhaps in the future, when such things happen again, Hisong will remain calm, with only a sigh in his heart. However, just as Hisong came out of his meditation and was about to clear his mind, the moment he stepped out of the meditation room, he saw two sound-transmitting paper cranes appearing in front of him. Hisong had been in seclusive cultivation for a while, and when people wanted to find him, they mainly communicated via sound transmission amulet, so Hisong had not seen sound-transmitting paper cranes for quite some time. Seeing two sound-transmitting paper cranes outside his meditation room, Hisong was taken aback for a moment, then he released his aura and took the 2 pieces of thin paper. "How have you been doing recently, my friend?" "I unfortunately failed in my foundation establishment but survived thanks to a vein protection elixir. I no longer wish to stay in Greenwall Immortal City. Years have been wasted, and all for naught in the end. Now that I'm over 60, it's time for me to find a spouse, have a child or 2 to pass on my mantle. If you need me in the future, you can find me at the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. We both started our immortal path from here, it's hard to forget. I am here, waiting for your visit. Lin Kong." After scanning the writing on the paper, Hisong's gaze lingered on the name Lin Song for a long time. If his memories served him. Decades ago, when he first came to this world, his first neighbor was Lin Song, wasn't it? Lin Song back then. Brimming with youthful vigor. Built like a tank. His eyes carried a killing intent. Bulky muscles all over his body. He exuded a fierce aura. Added to this, his cultivation was much higher than Hisong's at that time, his spiritual pressure was quite intimidating. The impression Lin Song made on Hisong when they first met was deep and lasting. But after the great disaster at the Immortal Pavilion, Lin Song left at Hisong's suggestion and went to the Greenwall Immortal City to settle down. It wasn't until Hisong joined the Thick Earth sect and went to deliver gifts on behalf of Master Qingyue at the Greenwall Immortal City that they met again. Chapter 183, 183, 183, Successful Foundation Establishment. And from that meeting, until today, the two hadn't seen each other again. Looking at it now, Lin Song seemed to be living a good life in Greenwall Immortal City. To have an opportunity to establish a foundation before the age of 60 as a loose cultivator, Lin Song's strength probably wasn't too weak. However, even so, Lin Song, who was still burly in Hisong's memory, still fell short of overcoming the obstacle of foundation establishment. It made Hisong feel very emotional and saddened. Back then, when Hisong had just met Lin Song, he had been constantly on guard against Lin Song, fearing that Lin Song would suddenly become violent and hurt others. To this end, he even exposed that he had a chi-refining late-stage cultivator as his supporter. Only then did Lin Song feel wary, and began to try to befriend Hisong. Thus, the relationship between the two improved with the passage of time. After spending a few years together, the two would call each other good friends. During Lin Song's breakthrough to the chi-refining mid-stage, the two even dined happily together at the Osmanthus Pavilion in Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. However, all of this was in the past. Today's Hisong was now a foundation establishment cultivator, with a long immortal path ahead of him. But now, Lin Song had failed to establish his foundation and was preparing to return to Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion to live out his remaining years. Between the two of them, the gap in their statuses had grown wider and wider. Perhaps, by the time Hisong sees Lin Song again, Lin Song would have been old and frail? Sighing, he put the paper in his storage bag. Hisong didn't hurry to reply, instead he looked at another piece of paper. "Mr. He, it has been more than a decade since we last met at Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, how have you been lately? I was fortunate to have obtained a foundation establishment elixir in Greenwall Immortal City a few days ago. I shamelessly sought advice from Brother Meng on the experience of building the foundation. Now that I've successfully established my foundation, I'll head to Thick Earth Sect's main entrance. By then, you and I will be fellow disciples. In the future, we should visit each other more often. Zhao Lin." As his eyes scanned the lines of writing on the paper, Hisong's mind immediately conjured up the image of Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin. He was a connection that Mengguan had handed over to Hisong before heading to the Red Spirit Gold Mine. His relationship with Mengguan had been very good initially. However, afterwards, when Mengguan went to the Red Spirit Gold Mine, their relationship gradually faded. As a result, when Hisong was brought into the Thick Earth sect by Mengguan, Zhao Lin stayed in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. Mengguan seemed to have forgotten him. Or had thought of him but didn't mention him. Hisong had never asked, so he didn't know the reason. Zhao Lin and Hisong could be considered friends. When they were in Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, Zhao Lin had helped Hisong more than once by using his authority to secure benefits for him. Therefore, when Yisong saw Zhao Lin mentioning that he had managed to obtain a foundation establishment elixir and asked Mengguan for advice on the experience of building the foundation, Yisong was not surprised. Zhao Lin was an amulet Tao master. Moreover, he was an experienced amulet master who could draw many spirit amulets and naturally earn a lot of spirit stones using those amulets. Under such circumstances, Yisong had long assumed that Zhao Lin would have a certain chance of establishing his foundation. At the same time, he had also guessed that Zhao Lin would be able to obtain a foundation establishment elixir. Amulet masters also earned a lot of spirit stones. Although they couldn't compare with Yisong's array Tao, a master like Zhao Lin, who had been studying amulet Tao since his humble beginnings, wouldn't be too slow in earning spirit stones. By the age of 60, gathering tens of thousands of spirit stones would be difficult, but Yisong thought it was not impossible, according to his calculations. A foundation establishment elixir had appeared in Greenwall Immortal City. According to Yisong's estimation, one would probably cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. With Zhao Lin's wealth, if he were to exhaust his savings, he might be able to bid for it. With good luck, perhaps he could really win the bid. Of course. Outside Thick Earth Sect, every time a foundation establishment elixir appeared, it would cause a stir. What exactly Zhao Lin did during the appearance of this foundation establishment elixir and how he obtained it, Yisong didn't know all these details. In Zhao Lin's letter, he only mentioned the result. As for the process, he didn't mention a word. Yisong couldn't even guess. However, Yisong hadn't expected. With just one foundation establishment elixir and a piece of advice on building the foundation, that Zhao Lin would indeed succeed in building the foundation. These conditions, although they were much better than when Mengguan built his foundation. Even so, such a foundation building condition could be comparable to some Thick Earth Sect outer disciples. But when Zhao Lin truly claimed he had successfully established his foundation, Yisong still felt a little surprised. Frowning and pondering for a moment, Yisong finally decided to send a sound-transmitting paper crane to both individuals. He stated that he was currently healing from injuries after seclusive cultivation, and that when he was free later, he would definitely visit them in person and such. After doing all this, Yisong stepped out of the meditation chamber, and soon began to wander around his cave mansion under the cover of smoke array. Now, Yisong was already 59 years old. Given Yisong's usual cultivation speed, he would definitely be able to reach qi refining great perfection before the age of 58. This knowledge could be easily gathered by calculating the time. Therefore, Yisong could only declare to the outside world that he had failed his first attempt at advancement and was now recovering from his injuries. But besides Yisong, no one knew that he had already successfully broken through to qi refining great perfection at the age of 56, and with the help of 6 foundation establishment elixirs, several pieces of foundation establishment advice, as well as the qi sinking into elixir field skill, he successfully built the foundation. During the 3 years since he had broken through to foundation establishment, he had also learned the blood escape skill and was currently studying a divine sense attack skill called Arrow God Thorn. At this moment, Yisong was truly a foundation establishment master. Only the outside world knew. At 58, Yisong failed in his first attempt at foundation establishment. Now, he was in a 2-year period of recuperation. Even the prospect of Yisong being able to establish the foundation before 60 was pessimistic. After all, even Chu Shuangshuang had failed in foundation establishment, and Yisong, a sect disciple who later joined, naturally had a low rate of success. Yisong hid like this because he wanted to achieve this effect. Only in this way. When he establishes the foundation, it won't attract too much attention. Everyone will think that Yisong is just lucky to have established the foundation, and that's the result of good luck. But what they didn't know was how Yisong could come this far. It was entirely different from what they thought. To come this far, Yisong relied on, not luck at all, but his own strength. Going to the medicine garden. Fiddling with spirit medicine. Arriving at the spirit field. Tending to the spirit field. Passing by the riverside. Looking at the egg he picked up 3 years ago. 3 years ago. In the eve of Yisong's foundation establishment, he picked up an egg with a trace of spirit chi from the riverside. In these 3 years, Hisong didn't really care about the egg anymore, and after breaking through the foundation establishment, he brought it back from a remote corner several dozen miles away. And then it was always thrown by Hisong on the riverside, living or dying. However, 3 years have passed, and the egg that Hisong picked up is still just an egg. Crystal clear, with a shadow inside. When observed with the spirit vision skill, it still contained traces of spirit chi. It's been 3 years. The egg never broke, nor did it hatch anything. If it wasn't for the increasingly noticeable life aura in the egg, Hisong estimated that the egg would have gone bad. However, after 3 years, the egg remained unbroken and didn't hatch anything. This also made Hisong a bit puzzled. This egg doesn't seem to be a mortal thing? What kind of egg can be thrown by the river and stay fresh for 3 years? The key is that after 3 years, the life aura inside has become stronger and stronger. Did he get lucky and pick up a treasure? After playing with the egg in his hands carefully, Hisong could not figure it out. The spirit chi contained in the egg was just like that, very thin. Hisong certainly wouldn't believe that the egg was some kind of mysterious bird like a phoenix, Suzaku, or a real dragon. There is too little spirit chi inside the egg. But to say it's a mortal thing, it contains a little spirit chi, and at the same time, it remains active for a long time. Looking at it this way, the egg doesn't look like a mortal thing. After playing with it for a while, Hisong thought and decided to bring the egg back to his cave mansion. Now, Hisong's foundation establishment is complete. Even if something strange were to hatch from the egg, he should be able to handle it. This egg. Perhaps it was thrown by the river, and the temperature was not suitable, so it couldn't hatch for 3 years. If he puts the egg in a suitable temperature, it should be able to hatch. With this thought in mind, Hisong began hatching the egg for several days. At the same time, he can also use this time to completely calm his emotions. A few days later, maybe it was because of the suitable temperature. The egg, which hadn't hatched anything for 3 years, suddenly cracked at this moment. Hisong glanced at it. He saw a small tortoise crawl out of the eggshell and look around. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Hisong quickly discovered that the little turtle's body contained traces of spirit chi. It appeared. It was a spirit beast. Moreover, turtle-type spirit beasts had long lifespans and preferred peace to movement, and they were excellent for watching over the house. As long as this little tortoise is controlled with a beast mastery token, he could have his first spirit beast in his life. It's just, this turtle doesn't really suit his foundation establishment master's identity. It seems that he could only use it to watch over the house and couldn't show it to others in the same way. With this thought flashing through his mind, Hisong quickly made up his mind to go catch a good-looking spirit beast to serve as his mount. As for this turtle, he can use it to watch over the house. After all, he had spent several days hatching it, and it wouldn't be right to ignore it now. Now that Hisong has adjusted his mentality after several days, he even has the idea of keeping this turtle to watch over the house. After making the decision, Hisong casually got some food for the newly hatched tortoise. Then he entered the quiet room again, and began to practice the arrow god thorn. Raising a little turtle. Normally, Hisong doesn't need to take care of it too much. Just feed it when he remembers to, or let it outside the cave mansion to forage for food within the smoke array. Economical. That was also one of the reasons Hisong kept it. If Hisong were to go into seclusion for 3 or 5 years, the spirit beast turtle would probably not starve to death. Chapter 184, 184. A year later, just like that. Another year passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, Hisong became more and more proficient in the arrow god thorn. In the end, he even managed to practice it to the point where he could use it casually without losing any of its power. Indeed, the cultivation of the arrow god thorn was quite difficult. Counting the time, it took Hisong a full 2.5 years to finally master the arrow god thorn to the point where he could use it casually without losing any of its power. According to Yisong's original estimate, he would only need about 2 years to cultivate various techniques of the foundation establishment realm after reaching it. For simpler ones, such as the blood escape skill, it would only take a year and a half. However, it took Yisong a full 2.5 years to completely master the arrow god thorn. From this, it seems that the difficulty of cultivating the arrow god thorn is more challenging than other techniques of the foundation establishment realm. Moreover, the 2.5 years were only because Yisong cultivated skills faster than other cultivators, so it took only 2.5 years. After completely mastering the arrow god thorn, Yisong could use it easily without losing any of its power, so he finally relaxed and left his quiet room. However, as soon as Yisong stepped out of the quiet room, he saw a palm-sized turtle on the ground outside the door, lying on its back with all 4 feet in the air, as if it was accusing him of negligence. Upon seeing this, Yisong beckoned, and mana rushed out from his body, lifting the little turtle on the ground and placing it on his hands. After taking a closer look, Yisong came to a conclusion. It was not dead. It was okay. He put down the little turtle, threw some food to it, and then walked into the tea room. He brewed himself a pot of hot tea. With the fragrance of the tea filling the room, Yisong picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip. Noticing that there was a tiny increase in his mana after swallowing the tea, Yisong's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. This tea was highly effective for chi refining cultivators. But for foundation establishment cultivators, it could only be said to be slightly helpful at best. The increase in his cultivation was too minimal. It seemed he would have to change the tea he drank daily to spirit teas suitable for the foundation establishment realm. With this thought in mind, Yisong quickly calculated his age and found that he was very close to his 60th year. There was just a little over half a month before he would turn 60. Seeing this, he thought for a moment before taking out a thin piece of paper, pouring his spirit power into it, and writing several lines of text on it. Fellow Daoist, I am approaching the age of 60, and 2 years ago, I failed in my foundation establishment. It is affecting my Dao heart. Currently, I have left the sect to search for an opportunity to break through while also trying to make up for the deficiencies in my Dao heart. If successful, I will return to the sect with good news. If not, I will return to the sect after recovering from my injuries to serve at the sect's disposal. Do not worry. Yisong. After deliberating on his words, Yisong came up with a reason for attempting to break through his foundation establishment stage outside the sect. Furthermore, he left a reassuring message, stating that if successful, he would return to the sect with good news, and if not, he would serve at the sect's disposal after recovering from his injuries. Thus, even if Yisong were to break through his foundation establishment stage outside the sect, no one would suspect anything upon reading this letter. For this was a message Yisong sent to his good friends within the sect. Nobody would think that he was lying after reading this. After all, who knew that Yisong had actually broken through the foundation establishment realm long ago, and had been acting years ahead of time? In others' eyes, Yisong had no reason or motive for fabricating his story. With 2 foundation establishment elixirs and 2 foundation establishment realm master friends in the sect, why would he need to lie? Wasn't it normal to no longer be confident after failing in their first foundation establishment Atom DT, which affected their Dao heart? Wasn't it also normal to try to mend their Dao heart outside the sect before attempting the foundation establishment again? And when the day came that Yisong returned to the sect as a foundation establishment master, the existence of this sound transmission amulet would serve as proof of the authenticity of his written words. By then, no one would question why Yisong wanted to leave the sect to establish his foundation. They would only sigh, thinking how lucky Yisong was to break through to the foundation establishment realm when he was about to turn 60. The existence of this sound transmission amulet was just one layer of insurance that Yisong had in place for his plan to break through foundation establishment outside the sect. After making several copies of the text on the thin paper, he sent them to Mengguan, Weifan, Pinger, and Zhaolin, respectively. Yisong soon received their replies. In their responses, Mengguan, Weifan, Pinger, and Zhaolin all expressed their understanding of Yisong's decision and wished him success in his foundation establishment. They also each expressed regret that they couldn't be there to guard him during the process. Seeing this, Hisong didn't engage in further communication with them. The more they talked, the more they might give away. After thinking about it, Hisong quickly looked in the direction of Greenwall Immortal City. If he were to mend his Tao heart, I'm afraid I have to go to Greenwall Immortal City myself. Head to Greenwall Immortal City using the breath concealment formulas. As long as he doesn't encounter other Foundation Establishment Realm Masters, Hisong can hide his cultivation. But if he's in the Thick Earth sect, it might not be so easy to hide. That's because there are Foundation Establishment Realm Masters guarding the sect and a Golden Elixir Master in charge. Hisong is not sure if the breath concealment formulas can deceive a Golden Elixir Master. Even for a Foundation Establishment Realm Master, Hisong can only guarantee that they won't sense his Foundation Establishment Realm aura if they don't meet face to face. But if he encounters them directly, they might see through him at a glance. Therefore, Hisong needs to infiltrate Greenwall Immortal City using the breath concealment formulas. Then, in his temporary residence, he needs to set up a small spirit gathering array and manually operate it to extract the surrounding spirit chi. Create a small chi vortex. It doesn't need to be big. Just like when Mangwan broke through before, a not too big or too small chi vortex is enough. In this case, Hisong just needs to sit in the quiet room, release his divine sense to cover the room, and wait for the situation to develop. If a strange divine sense comes to investigate, as soon as their divine senses touch, the strange divine sense will confirm that someone is breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm within Greenwall Immortal City. Only after Hisong's breakthrough is over will they personally visit him. Just like when Mangwan broke through, and Master Qingyu came personally. In this way, the news of Hisong consolidating his Tao heart and breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm in Greenwall Immortal City will immediately spread. His words and actions will then verify each other. Even if some people in the Thick Earth sector are suspicious, after learning about this matter, they probably won't doubt Hisong's breakthrough outside the sect too much. After all, although his breakthrough isn't within the sect, it's still within Immortal City. The Foundation Establishment Realm Master who comes to see Hisong in Immortal City can testify for him. So, naturally no one will have doubts about Hisong's breakthrough outside the sect anymore. By the time Hisong achieves Foundation Establishment and returns to the sect, the treatment he receives shouldn't be affected either. Hisong has been a member of the Thick Earth sect for over 10 years. All these years, he's been within the sect. Now that he's reached the Foundation Establishment realm, it's a great joyous event for the sect disciples who have also succeeded in their breakthrough. Moreover, with the different status of Foundation Establishment Realm Masters, even if someone is suspicious, they will not have any objections as long as Hisong has returned to the Thick Earth sect. Hisong, Wei Fan, and Mangwan are a formidable force when they band together as Foundation Establishment Realm Masters. Thus, Hisong does not need to worry about his breakthrough outside the sect being questioned by others anymore. After planning everything, Hisong stayed in his cave mansion for another 2 days. He finally got up and left his cave mansion. He used the breath concealment formulas and the earth tunneling skill all the way. Hisong's figure quickly arrived outside Greenwall Immortal City. Although he was delayed for 2 days, his speed was much faster than when he was at the Qi refining great perfection stage. At this rate, calculating the time it takes for him to travel from the Thick Earth sect to Greenwall Immortal City at the speed of Qi refining great perfection, Hisong should be arriving at the city. This timing is what Hisong had calculated. Upon entering Greenwall Immortal City, Hisong quickly rented a room in an inn in the west of the city using some spirit stones. From this point, the first half of Hisong's plan began. In the inn, Hisong waited for several days. Until one day, Hisong was sitting on a cushion with a small spirit gathering array set up by his side. At the same time, he absorbed the spirit chi himself, causing the spirit chi to gather continuously from all directions. After a small chi vortex formed in mid-air, Hisong timely released his divine sense, covering the entire room within the range of his perception. Having done all of this, Hisong checked the chi vortex that had appeared above the inn with his divine sense, and nodded secretly in his heart. The chi vortex was just the right size, almost indistinguishable from when Mangwan had broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm. In this state, it should quickly attract the attention of others. At the same time, the Foundation Establishment realm masters within Greenwall Immortal City would likely come to investigate soon. When that happens, the moment Hisong's divine sense touches the other party, his plan will be halfway successful. The next step is to wait quietly. A chi vortex had appeared above an inn in Greenwall Immortal City. This sight immediately shocked all the cultivators in the city who had observed it. Everyone knows, to cause a chi vortex in a place as rich with spirit chi as Greenwall Immortal City, either someone breaks through to the foundation establishment realm and is currently consolidating their cultivation, or a golden elixir realm master is cultivating here to cause such a big commotion. 185 Chapter 185, A Step to the Sky. Golden elixir masters are a rare sight for most cultivators, so naturally, they would not believe that one would appear here. As such, the only explanation is that someone within the inn had broken through to the foundation establishment realm, becoming a genuine foundation establishment cultivator. In a short while, a large number of cultivators began to converge at the inn where Hisong was staying. It seemed as if they all wanted a piece of the good fortune that accompanied Hisong's breakthrough. At the same time, the inn's owner was extremely delighted at this moment. Someone had broken through to the foundation establishment realm in his inn. In the future, his inn could even be renamed the Heaven Ascending Inn. For ordinary cultivators, reaching foundation establishment was like ascending to the heavens in one step. Someone successfully reaching foundation establishment in his inn was like a golden signboard. A fitting name, Heaven Ascending Inn. Meanwhile, as countless cultivators flocked to the inn, Hisong detected a strange divine sense approaching this place. But before it could come into contact with Hisong's divine sense, a message was already passed along. Fellow cultivator, rest assured in consolidating your cultivation. I am Master Qingyue of the Thick Earth sect. With me here, no one can disturb your cultivation. As the message arrived, Qingyue's divine sense withdrew as well. As Hisong had deployed the breath concealment formulas, he didn't reveal a shred of his aura. As a result, Master Qingyue had no idea that the person breaking through in the inn was someone she knew. Inside the inn, Hisong quickly realized that someone had suppressed the disturbance outside. Sensing the calming atmosphere outside the inn, Hisong's expression became rather peculiar. Master Qingyue? Was Master Qingyue still performing her duty as the guardian of Greenwall Immortal City like before? What kind of expression would she have if she knew the person breaking through to the foundation establishment realm in the inn was herself? It was known that this woman used to not think much of Hisong. The rare occasions when she smiled were merely out of courtesy given Mengguan and Wei Fan, who were also foundation establishment masters. At other times, for chi refining cultivators like Hisong, she didn't even spare them a second glance. Even when her gaze passed over him, she never paused. It was only because Hisong had gotten acquainted with her two disciples and personally delivered gifts that she had any impression of him at all. As for anything else, it was definitely not there. And now, from the message Master Qingyue had sent using her divine sense, her attitude towards this stranger foundation establishment cultivator was far more amicable. Seated on the meditation cushion, Hisong controlled the small spirit gathering array to absorb spirit chi from the outside world while also increasing his own absorption speed to the max. In midair, the not too big, not too small spirit chi vortex was firmly maintained. However, when the image of Master Qingyue's face crossed his mind, Hisong's eyes became even more peculiar. He was really curious. What kind of expression would Master Qingyue have when she personally came to visit him only to discover that the cultivator breaking through in the inn was Hisong? It should be quite amusing, right? Several days later, Hisong dismantled the small spirit gathering array. And he also stopped absorbing any more spirit chi from the outside world. The vortex of spirit chi above the inn gradually dissipated as Hisong ceased his actions. For this time, Hisong had planned carefully. For when Mengguan had broken through to foundation establishment, the spirit chi vortex in midair had taken several days to dissipate as well. Since Hisong was going through this process, it would naturally take several days for the spirit chi vortex to disappear. As such, when the spirit chi vortex had completely dispersed, Hisong instantly retracted his divine sense and put on an excited expression as though he had just broken through to the foundation establishment realm. Then, he began to quietly wait while seated on his meditation cushion. Through Mengguan's foundation establishment experience, Hisong knew very well that Master Qingyue would soon arrive here, intending to win him over to join the Thick Earth sect. However, he was already a disciple of the Thick Earth sect, and Master Qingyue's plan to make a big profit from this situation would fall through. The reason why he chose to break through to the foundation establishment realm in Green Wall Immortal City was to find someone who could testify on his behalf. As for the rewards, he could just go back to the sect and ask the sect leader for them. There was no need to rely on others. As the spirit chi vortex above the inn disappeared, such a scene quickly attracted the attention of surrounding cultivators. For a moment, countless cultivators cast their gazes in this direction. When the spirit chi vortex had formed a few days ago, they knew that a foundation establishment cultivator was about to be born here. Today, everyone knew. When the spirit chi vortex dispersed, it marked the birth of a foundation establishment cultivator. The loose cultivators, Immortal Pavilion cultivators, and Immortal City cultivators outside the inn, gazing from afar, suddenly had a burning gleam in their eyes. A foundation establishment cultivator. And one who had reached the foundation establishment realm within an inn. Presumably, this foundation establishment cultivator shared a similar identity to them, a loose cultivator, maybe? Breaking through an inn must mean that this foundation establishment cultivator had no fixed residence within Greenwall Immortal City. Could it be that an unremarkable chi-refining great perfection cultivator had extraordinarily good luck and successfully broke through to the foundation establishment realm? Could there be some secret in this and that increases the success rate of foundation establishment? Could it be? For a moment, cultivators paying attention to this and each had their own guesses in their hearts. But what they didn't know was, Hisong, who was quietly waiting for Master Qingyu's arrival at this moment, was not simply a loose cultivator as they thought. He was in fact someone who had taken 6 foundation establishment elixirs, had been personally taught foundation establishment knowledge by 2 foundation establishment masters, witnessed the records of several foundation establishment masters' foundation establishment experiences, and also possessed a secret technique that can be used to increase the success rate of foundation establishment, the chi sinking into elixir field skill. With these stack of resources, he managed to successfully establish his foundation during his 7th attempt to compress his spirit power, becoming an outer disciple of Thick Earth sect. With so many identities, resources, and insights combined, Hisong's success rate for foundation establishment was incredibly high. Under such circumstances, the gap between Hisong and the loose cultivators was practically incalculable. Furthermore, Hisong had already broken through to foundation establishment 4 years ago. He came here now and made such a big commotion. The purpose was only to avoid arousing suspicion from the sect by breaking through the foundation establishment outside the sect. As for the guesses about the various hard-earned efforts, brainstorming, and unbeatable luck to succeed in foundation establishment, they had never actually happened to Hisong. No matter how the outsiders speculated. At this moment, Master Qingyu had transformed into a tunneling light, silently landing outside the inn. At the same time, Master Qingyu's crisp voice also rang out. "Fellow Daoist, may I come in for a chat?" Standing outside the inn, Master Qingyu asked in the direction where Hisong was. A few days ago, when the spirit chi whirlpool suddenly appeared above the inn, everyone in the inn, including the innkeeper, had already been invited out by the Immortal City law enforcement team. Now, only Hisong was in the large inn. Master Qingyu's words were, of course, meant for Hisong. Inside the inn. Hearing Master Qingyu's voice, Hisong immediately stood up, walked out of the room, and headed towards the inn's main entrance to welcome her. "Please come in, Master Uncle." Without even having seen Master Qingyu, Hisong had already spoken. Outside the inn. When she heard Hisong's voice and his address as Master Uncle, a hint of surprise quickly appeared on Master Qingyu's face. Master Uncle? And this voice, why does it sound so much like Mengguan's friend? With a hint of doubt in her eyes, Master Qingyu decided to step forward and enter the inn. No matter who it is, going in and taking a look will tell. If it is, the Thick Earth sect adding another foundation establishment master would be a good thing. If not, she would still benefit from this address as Master Uncle. Among Foundation establishment masters, addressing each other as fellow Taoists is sufficient. It was only because Hisong felt that using Master Uncle for his new breakthrough to Foundation establishment would add some impression points, allowing Master Qingyu to take this advantage. As soon as the two met, Master Qingyu would naturally ask Hisong to change his address. Hisong knew this very well. In order to have Master Qingyu testify for him, giving her some benefits is necessary. Although it was only an address, it still counted as a benefit. Soon, Master Qingyu, who had just stepped into the inn, came face to face with Hisong, who was walking towards the inn's entrance. When the two met, as their eyes met, they both stopped in their tracks. Hisong wanted to see Master Qingyu's reaction when she discovered that the person who had broken through Foundation establishment here was him. As for Master Qingyu, when she saw that the person in front of her was indeed Hisong, the doubt in her eyes turned to shock. Although she had guessed in her heart. After all, she could still recognize Hisong's voice. Plus, Hisong's address as Master Uncle before he revealed himself had deepened her guess. However, when Hisong stood in front of her in his true form as a Foundation establishment master, the impact on her mind still left Master Qingyu startled for a long time. Inside the inn, as the two gazed at each other, neither spoke. Hisong got his wish and saw Master Qingyu's shocked expression. Meanwhile, Master Qingyu was still lost in her thoughts. She really didn't expect Hisong, a four-spirits root cultivator who was just brought into the thick earth sect by Mengguan, would unexpectedly meet her as a Foundation establishment master under such circumstances. Before today, she had always felt regretful for Chu Shuangshuan's failure in Foundation establishment. But she never thought that while her highly regarded Chu Shuangshuan failed in Foundation establishment, Hisong, whom she thought had little chance of establishing a foundation, actually succeeded. Chapter 186, 186, Heaven Ascending and Thinking of Chu Shuangshuan. A hint of melancholy flashed in Master Qingyu's eyes. Afterwards, she lifted her gaze and carefully observed Hisong's current appearance, her expression on her face gradually becoming gentler. Don't mention the word apprentice uncle anymore. Now that you have reached Foundation establishment, we should treat each other as equals. Just call me Qingyu Taoist friend from now on. However, why did you come here to Green Wall Immortal City instead of breaking through within the sect? After snapping out of her daze, Master Qingyu's attitude towards Hisong had clearly changed somewhat. Although she was inherently cold in nature, and it would not be overly warm when she spoke. But because she was already acquainted with Hisong, the conversation also began to resemble friendly chatter between friends, rather than the dialogue between a senior and a junior as before. Seeing this, Hisong stopped looking at Master Qingyu's facial expressions. It must be said that Master Qingyu's shocked expression when she first saw him has given Hisong a deeper understanding of her. This Master Qingyu does not always have very few facial expressions. At least, when encountering something that shocked her, the expression of astonishment on her face simply couldn't be faked. In that case, I should call you Qingyu Taoist friend. I attempted Foundation establishment 2 years ago and failed, losing some of my Tao heart. I felt hopeless for my next breakthrough. So I left the sect and came to the outside world to mend my Tao heart. Who knew I would be accidentally end up coming here? Leading Master Qingyu into the inn, Hisong casually explained the situation to her. This was also part of Hisong's plan. Only by informing Master Qingyu about this would she be able to tell others what Hisong wanted her to say whenever someone asked her about it in the future. With such evidence, there would be no flaws in his story of breaking through away from the sect. After all, everyone knew that Hisong was brought into the thick earth sect by Mengguan. And the starting point of Hisong's immortal path was the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion under the jurisdiction of Green Wall Immortal City. It made sense for him to go there to mend his Tao heart. Thus, Hisong's plan had already been more than halfway executed. Next, he just needed to return to the sect and meet with the sect leader master, then he could continue to settle down in the thick earth sect. It seemed that with the 7-star sect besieging the gate for a long time without leaving, the war between thick earth sect and 7-star sect should also come to an end within 10 years, right? With this thought in mind, Hisong quickly brought Master Qingyu to his room. Sitting face to face, Hisong personally began to brew some tea. I see, I just thought that you should have been in the sect, so why did you come here? But now that you have reached Foundation establishment, do you need me to escort you back to the sect? Seeing Hisong brewing tea for her, a strange light flashed in Master Qingyu's eyes, and she soon asked. In her eyes, Hisong had just reached Foundation establishment realm, but he hadn't learned any tunneling skills or magic spells, and the artifacts he used were still of medium quality. Despite possessing Foundation establishment cultivation, he lacked the strength of the Foundation establishment realm. Given the situation, her offer to escort Hisong back to the sect was perfectly normal. If an accident happened to Hisong on his solo journey back to the sect, causing the Thick Earth sect to lose a Foundation establishment master, that'd be a huge issue. Although the chances were very slim, the war between the Thick Earth sect and the Seven Star sect had basically reached garbage time at this point, so she didn't need to guard the Green Wall Immortal City every day. There were several other Foundation establishment masters guarding the Green Wall Immortal City. Thus, offering to take Hisong back to the sect at this time was only natural. Upon hearing this, Hisong was delighted in his heart. If Master Qingyu accompanied him back to the sect, he would certainly save some effort in explaining himself. At least upon entering the sect gate, he would not be interrogated. The joy in his heart flashed by momentarily, but Hisong remained expressionless. Instead, he looked somewhat puzzled. Escort me back to the sect? Don't you need to stay in Green Wall Immortal City, Taoist friend? The war between our sect and the Seven Star sect hasn't ended yet. Hisong's expression of astonishment was seamless. Master Qingyu didn't notice any flaws either. As a result, after hearing this, she nodded her head immediately. It doesn't matter, there are several other Foundation establishment masters guarding this place. Since you haven't yet gained the strength of Foundation establishment realm, I might as well escort you back to the sect and check on my apprentice. Accompanying Hisong back to the sect was not a whim of Master Qingyu. It was because Pinger was on the verge of reaching Foundation establishment, and she, as a master, had to bring some cultivation resources back to the sect for her, like Foundation establishment elixirs. Her eldest disciple Chu Shuangshuang had already failed in her Foundation establishment attempt. This made her feel deep regret. Now that her second disciple Pinger was about to reach Foundation establishment, she naturally wouldn't ignore it as their master. If Pinger could succeed in Foundation establishment, it would make her feel a bit better. Accompanying Hisong back to the sect was just a matter of convenience. Even if Hisong hadn't broken through to Foundation establishment here, she would have made a special trip back to the sect soon to see Pinger. Thank you, Taoist friend. However, a year ago, Sister Shuangshuang had said she wanted to meet me in person. At that time, I had failed to break through to Foundation establishment and was healing my injuries, so I couldn't see her. Do you know where Sister Shuangshuang is now? If she's nearby, I'd like to see her first. Hisong nodded in response. Then he remembered that a year ago, when Pinger had sent him a voice transmission, she had mentioned that Chu Shuangshuang had failed her Foundation establishment and was about to be sent elsewhere. Before leaving, she had thought of the gift Hisong had given her and wanted to meet him in person before she left. U111 UAL Untlu 1Y, Any Yulel Navlile Lily Lilil, Louis L Juel you meet. However, Hisong had also said at the time that as soon as he was free, he would surely visit her personally. Now that he had met Master Qingyu, who was Chu Shuangshuang's master, it made sense for Hisong to ask her about Chu Shuangshuang's whereabouts since she should be in the know. With this in mind, he inquired if Chu Shuangshuang was with Master Qingyu. If she were there, Hisong wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. After Shuangshuang failed her Foundation establishment, she felt too ashamed to see me again and went to Lianshan Immortal City. Seeing Hisong asking about Chu Shuangshuang, Master Qingyu's eyes dimmed, her heart feeling somewhat bitter. However, she quickly seemed to think of something and brightened up, looking at Hisong and eagerly requesting. Since you know her, if you see her again, please try to persuade her to return. As her master, how could I bear to blame her? Whether she succeeded in establishing her foundation or not, it would be nice if she could come back. Seeing the sudden change in Master Qingyu's expression, Hisong had a thought. It seemed that Master Qingyu truly loved Chu Shuangshuang dearly. It made sense, as the two were familiar with each other, and Master Qingyu personally raised Chu Shuangshuang, with deep feelings between them. However, Hisong quickly waved his hand, signaling Master Qing Yu not to worry. Then he continued to speak. Sir, don't be like this. I didn't know about this before, so I asked randomly. I hope you won't mind. As for the persuasion, I will do my best to persuade her. Please don't worry. It was just persuasion. It wasn't guaranteed that he could persuade her. Hisong agreed, of course, without any pressure. However, hearing that Chu Shuangshuang felt too ashamed to see Master Qingyu after failing her foundation establishment and went to Lianshan Immortal City, Hisong sighed in his heart. Chu Shuangshuang only had 4 spirits roots. The success rate of her foundation establishment wasn't high. Failure was a reasonable outcome. But she was different from Hisong, who had come up from being a loose cultivator, as she was a sect disciple who had been carefully cultivated by a master with foundation establishment since childhood. She chose to escape to Lianshan Immortal City after failing foundation establishment and feeling ashamed to see Master Qingyu again, which was quite normal. Because in the hearts of sect disciples like Chu Shuangshuang, although they thought foundation establishment was difficult, they always had more confidence in it. So when they failed, they became even more upset and couldn't let go. Which led to this happening. Since you are willing to help, I won't take offense. It's getting late. Why don't we set off for the sect now? I think Pinger must be getting impatient. Seeing Hisong agree, Master Qingyu visibly relaxed and finally wore a slight smile on her face. Dni Tnanil to Any Bong LOSCC 011. After Hisong nodded and agreed, Master Qingyu waved her hand. The spirit boat Hisong had ridden on more than a decade ago shot out of her hand and stopped outside the inn. They both got on the spirit boat. Under Master Qingyu's control, the spirit boat soared into the sky, rushing towards the direction of the thick earth sect's gate. Soon after, the spirit boat left. In Greenwall Immortal City. Outside the inn where Hisong had been staying, members of the Immortal City law enforcement team left one after another. Meanwhile, the cultivators who were originally watching the commotion from the periphery were now gazing at the inn with deep gazes. There was a man with an excited expression, standing in front of the inn's entrance. I announce. From today onwards, this inn is officially renamed the Heaven Ascending Inn. Heaven Ascending Inn, where all who come may ascend to the heavens. A foundation establishment master came out of this very place. That man was the innkeeper and also the owner of the inn. Now that he saw Hisong being taken away by Master Qingyu to the thick earth sect, he couldn't help but jump out and rename the inn to the Heaven Ascending Inn. For loose cultivators, Immortal Pavilion cultivators, and even Immortal City cultivators, stepping into the foundation establishment realm, it was like ascending to the heavens in one step. With Hisong successfully establishing his foundation here, the name Heaven Ascending Inn was indeed fitting. After renaming the inn to Heaven Ascending Inn, the innkeeper raised the room rates more than tenfold. Even the room Hisong once lived in was now incredibly expensive. But even so, the rooms in Heaven Ascending Inn were still in high demand. However, Hisong had no idea. At this moment in time, Hisong stood side by side with Master Qingyu on the spirit boat, gazing down at the vast, beautiful landscape below. Like this. Several days later, the spirit boat they were riding finally crossed tens of thousands of miles of land, arriving at the location of the thick earth sect's gate. There's thick earth sect up ahead. Many years have passed since I last returned, but it still looks the same as before. Chapter 187 187 187 The roadblocker. As Master Qingyu's eyes swept over the various scenes inside the thick earth sect, there was a flash of nostalgia in her eyes. Beside her, Hisong also looked in the same direction, but he didn't feel as sentimental as Master Qingyu. This thick earth sect. Hisong had also lived here for more than 10 years. It was only a few years ago that he finally moved out and built his own cave mansion. Thus, his return to the sect this time could not be considered a long-awaited homecoming, but merely a few years of wandering outside. Just a few years. It was not enough for Hisong to feel sentimental. However, as Hisong's gaze fell into the sect's mountain gate, the appearance of a tunneling light made him raise his eyebrows slightly. This tunneling light. It seemed familiar. And why did he feel déjà vu as it got closer and closer to him? For a moment, Hisong felt an inexplicable familiarity as he looked at the tunneling light flying in from afar. It seemed like he had experienced this scene before. Hisong quickly realized what was happening. It seemed that something similar had happened when he first entered the Thick Earth sect. At that time, Hisong looked towards the sect and saw the tunneling light flying in from afar. At that time, Hisong was also riding on Master Qingyue's spirit boat. At that time, Hisong felt the tunneling light coming closer and closer, getting nearer and nearer. At that time, a flash of insight appeared in his eyes, and Hisong's gaze swept over to find a familiar face. In the light, the figure of Master Yuan Shan appeared indistinctly. Cultivators had excellent memories. Even more than 10 years later, Hisong could still recognize Master Yuan Shan's appearance. The moment Hisong saw Master Yuan Shan, he immediately understood where the familiar feeling in his heart came from. More than a decade ago, didn't Master Yuan Shan intercept him in the same way as today when he was about to enter the Thick Earth sect? Under Hisong's watchful gaze, in no time, Master Yuan Shan's light fell on Master Oanjiu's spirit boat. As the light scattered, Master Yuan Shan's figure appeared on the spirit boat. He looked at the two of them and spoke. "Greetings to Mr. Qingyu and Mr. He," Master Yuan Shan said without arrogance, greeting the two with a polite bow. "Greetings to Master Yuan Shan," Master Qingyu returned the gesture. "Greetings to Master Yuan Shan," Hisong also bowed. After the three had exchanged greetings, a look of shame appeared on Master Yuan Shan's face. His gaze fell on Master Qingyu, and he immediately said, "Master Qingyu, I trust you've been well. I apologize for my offenses in the past, I hope you can be magnanimous." At this moment, the sect leader's faction and Master Yen Shan's faction had reconciled, no longer openly fighting or secretly undermining each other. Naturally, when facing Master Qingyu, who belonged to a different faction, Master Yuan Shan no longer harbored ill intentions and instead sought to make amends. As a Foundation Establishment Realm Master, no one would be a fool. Previously, the offensive words were only because of factional differences and the need to take a stand for the higher-ups. Now that the two sides had reconciled and even worked closely together, there was no need to act as before. Mending the relationship at this moment would be following the general trend. "Master Yuan Shan, you're too serious. We all have our duties, and there's no offense. I've also been disrespectful in the past, and I hope you can be magnanimous," said Master Qingyu. With Master Yuan Shan's intention of mending the relationship, Master Qingyu naturally wouldn't give him the cold shoulder. They were fellow disciples, after all, and their previous conflicts were just factional disputes. Now that they were working closely together, she wouldn't go out of her way to offend a Foundation Establishment Realm Master. Therefore, with both sides seeking to mend their relationship, the tension between them quickly dissipated. Once the relationship between the two was more or less mended, Master Yuan Shan turned his gaze to Hisong. This time, his main target for the investigation was Hisong. After all, he was a newly promoted Foundation Establishment Realm Master, and as a gatekeeper, he needed to come and learn more about him. It was only because the two sides were already acquainted that he didn't ask about it right away. Now that the time was ripe, it was time to raise the question. Looking at Hisong and then at Master Qingyu, Master Yuan Shan opened his mouth but didn't continue, appearing as if he was listening attentively. It seemed like he was waiting for the two of them to speak. Seeing this, before Hisong could even speak, Master Qingyu said what he wanted to say. 2 years ago, Mr. He failed his Foundation establishment, causing damage to his Dao heart. Therefore, he left the sect to mend his heart. As a result, he came all the way to Green Wall Immortal City, repaired his Dao heart, and broke through to the Foundation Establishment Realm and in there. I witnessed it myself, so I personally escorted him back to the sect to ensure his safety on the way. He is a disciple of the sect. The incident just occurred for a reason, and he established his foundation outside. Now that he's back at the sect, he intends to meet with the sect leader and assume the position of elder. Listening to the crisp voices in his ears, Hisong looked towards Master Qingyu, and couldn't help but secretly sigh. His decision to pretend to establish the foundation in the Green Wall Immortal City was the right one. With Master Qingyu's assistance, his foundation establishment in Green Wall Immortal City would be a sure thing. At this moment, even if he said he had already established the foundation, and he only went to Green Wall Immortal City just to cover up, no one would believe it. However, this was exactly what Hisong wanted. His original plan was just like this. Now that Master Qingyu cooperated so well, Hisong looked at her with admiration. It seemed Master Qingyu really got things done. From the side. Having listened to Master Qingyu's description, Master Yuan Shan's eyes glinted with comprehension. He had met Hisong before, but the two had not communicated much. However, both Hisong and Master Yuan Shan had seen each other before, and knew each other existed. Master Yuan Shan even discovered when Hisong sneaked out of the sect and didn't catch him on the spot. Instead, he let Wei Fan inform Hisong that if he wanted to leave the sect, he could just say so. There was no need for earth tunneling. There were two Foundation Establishment Realm friends behind Hisong. Compared to the average outer disciple, their backgrounds were much deeper. Now that Hisong has also achieved Foundation Establishment, combined with Meng Guan and Wei Fan, the three of them would be a powerful force in the Thick Earth sect. This force was not to be underestimated even inside the Thick Earth sect. Under such circumstances, after hearing Master Qingyu's description, Master Yuan Shan had confidence in his heart. He believed that what Master Qingyu said must be true, that Hisong left the sect to break through in order to mend his Tao heart. As for other things, such as colluding with the 7-star sect to obtain elixir, with Hisong's identity and the resources he had, there was no need for him to do so. After all, having two Foundation Establishment Realm friends, Hisong could get the Foundation Establishment elixir just by talking. Why would he risk dying and implicating his friends by becoming a traitor? Moreover, the 7-star sect has been trapped inside the mountain gate and hasn't come out for a long time. They don't have the ability to develop traitors within the Thick Earth sect anymore. Various conjectures flashed through his mind. Eventually, Master Yuan Shan quickly nodded, no longer doubting Master Qingyu's words. As for why Hisong left the sect to break through, he had a clear idea in his mind. Presumably, it was as Master Qingyu said, due to the damage to his Tao heart that he left the sect to repair it. After repairing his Tao heart, he would then break through in the nearby Green Wall Immortal City. After coming to this conclusion, Master Yuan Shan bowed his hands towards Hisong. Mr. He, please excuse me for my duty. I will leave first. Good luck to both of you. Having said these words, Master Yuan Shan did not linger. He leapt off the spirit boat and turned into tunneling light in mid-air, heading back in the direction he came from. Seeing Master Yuan Shan leave, Master Qingyu looked at Hisong and gave him a faint smile, saying, Mr. He, you don't need to take it to heart. He has responsibilities, and his involvement was just a routine matter. Hearing this, Hisong nodded but didn't say anything. Master Yuan Shan's arrival was unexpected, but fortunately, the matter was perfectly resolved. Now, there was no need to worry about any unexpected incidents in the future. His departure from the sect for a breakthrough would have a conclusion after this incident. Even if a golden elixir master asked about it, there would be no flaws in his departure from the sect to breakthrough. In this way, Hisong's plan to return to the Thick Earth sect was successfully completed. Next, as long as he didn't expose any flaws when he meets the sect leader, he could cultivate and become stronger within the Thick Earth sect as a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. However, thinking about the upcoming meeting with the sect leader, Hisong felt a little helpless. If it were not for the fact that after the breakthrough in Foundation Establishment, he had to meet the sect leader in order to be promoted to an elder position, he wouldn't have wanted to meet the sect leader. Although Master Fa Xian wouldn't harm him. However, the feeling of having his life in someone else's hands still made Hisong very uncomfortable. That's why he wanted to move away from the Thick Earth sect. But there is no choice now. If he wants to get various resources within the Thick Earth sect, he has to go through the process. After psychologically preparing himself, Hisong and Master Qingyu quickly arrived at the main peak of the Thick Earth sect. Master Qingyu seemed to be very familiar with the main peak. She led He-sung up the main peak, constantly climbing upwards. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a great hall at the top of the main peak. Junior Qingyu, with the newly founded cultivator He-sung, is requesting an audience with sect leader Master. Bringing He-sung to this place, Master Qingyu bowed her hands and spoke. He-sung, seeing the situation, immediately followed suit, bowing his hands in salute as well. He was about to face a golden elixir master directly. He-sung's face was calm, but his heart tightened. What he hoped for now was that there would be no accidents. Thinking of this, He-sung thought of Mengguan and Wei Fan. Both of them had seen the sect leader before. They were fine. He should be fine too. As this thought settled in his mind, He-sung's nerves eased, and some of his worries disappeared. Chapter 188, Master Fa Xin come in. Soon, a cold voice was heard from inside the hall. Upon hearing the remark, Master Qingyu led He-sung into the hall. Inside the hall, there were various furnishings, not complex, yet profoundly traditional. With a quick look, He-sung realized that it seemed everything in the hall was a part of the hall itself. Seeing this, he finally understood. These items were likely inherent to the main precipice of the Thick Earth sect. The main peak of Thick Earth sect was actually a high-quality artifact named the Mountain Seal. The mountain under their feet was the real body of this spirit artifact. The palaces on it were naturally transformed by the spirit artifact. The items in the hall were naturally part of the spirit artifact. It seems that when the ancestor Yuanying of the Thick Earth sect originally refined the Mountain Seal, there was an idea of using this top-quality artifact as a main peak, which included the architectural style of thousands of years ago, branded in the Hall of the Mountain Seal. That's why the objects in the hall looked so antique. Having scanned with his eyes and kept his emotions in check, He-sung followed closely behind Master Qingyu and went forward. Soon, a silhouette appeared in front of them. Before He-sung could salute and greet him, the figure nodded slightly and then spoke. Well done, you three have supported each other from the very beginning and all have achieved now. This is indeed a great story for the Thick Earth sect. Back in the day, since you have established your foundation, you are now an elder of the Thick Earth sect. All your rewards have been transferred to the sect's treasury. After you communicate with the treasury, you will receive them. Go back, cultivate well, and don't tarnish the name of our Thick Earth sect. Seeing He-sung, Master Fa Xian's eyes seemed to have a flicker of light. He first praised He-sung and his companions for their mutual support, calling it a great story. But, immediately after the praising, he sighed. Later, as if he had lost interest in speaking, he motioned for them to leave. Seeing this, He-sung and Master Qingyu could only leave the palace bewildered. Even so, after leaving the palace, both shared a look of surprise. He-sung was confused. The first sentence was praising, then sighing in the next, and the third sentence was basically driving them away. What had happened? Master Qingyu was also puzzled. When she brought Mengguan to meet the sect leader, he did not have such an attitude. Could it be? Looking back at the huge palace, Master Qingyu somehow remembered a rumor within the Thick Earth sect. It was said that Master Fa Xian and Master Yan Shan had been close friends since childhood. However, after a few incidents, their relationship suddenly changed. With a thoughtful look, Master Qingyu chose not to tell He-sung about it, deciding to talk about it later on. At the moment, they were still on the main peak of the Thick Earth sect. If she voiced out her guesses now, it might upset Master Fa Xian. Therefore, 15 minutes after climbing up the mountain, they came back down. At Master Qingyu's invitation, He-sung didn't rush to get the rewards mentioned by Master Fa Xian but rather visited her cave mansion. In the cave mansion of Master Qingyu, He-sung and Master Qingyu sat facing each other. At their side, Ping'er was looking at He-sung with a complex expression, her eyes flowing with thoughts. Just then, when Master Qingyu informed her to come to the cave mansion quickly, she was ecstatic. Assuming that Master Qingyu had returned to visit her, to encourage her for her imminent foundation establishment. But she didn't expect When she arrived in Master Chingyu's cave mansion, she saw a familiar figure. But before she could greet Hisong, Master Chingyu already spoke, asking her to greet her junior uncle. Junior uncle? Where did this junior uncle come from? Confused, Pinger looked at Hisong. Yet, she saw Hisong constantly waving his hand at Master Chingyu, indicating her it's unnecessary to be so formal. Only after listening to the conversation between Hisong and Master Chingyu did she realize that he had successfully achieved foundation establishment. At that moment, Hisong had become a foundation establishment master. And that was the main reason Master Chingyu asked her to call Hisong her junior uncle. For a moment, Pinger was taken aback. Foundation establishment. Hisong had established his foundation. The Hisong whom she met in the Spirit Skill Pavilion of Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. The one who started as a loose cultivator and then gradually became a disciple of the Thick Earth sect, had actually achieved foundation establishment. Even now, Hisong and Master Chingyu had already been sipping tea for a while, and she still couldn't get back to her senses. As for Hisong and Master Chingyu, they didn't bother her at that moment. Instead, they started talking about a secret rumor in the Thick Earth sect. Do you have any idea why the sect leader's attitude has changed so dramatically? To keep Hisong from being confused for too long, Master Chingyu opted to share her suspicions with him after some careful thought. If she let Hisong guess for himself, he might be utterly perplexed by the sect leader's attitude. Instead of leaving Hisong in confusion, it would be better for her to tell him about the secret. In this way, Hisong wouldn't overthink things, and his feeling of belonging, as well as his future cultivation in the Thick Earth sect, would be stronger. I really don't know. I appreciate your guidance. Shifting his gaze from Pinger, who still looked dazed, Hisong responded with a frown. He had no clue about the drastic changes in Master Fa Xian's attitude. But he didn't care much either. When returning to the sect, all he wanted was to obtain as many foundation establishment skill methods as possible from the Thick Earth sect. If possible, he even wanted to try the golden elixir skill means. Not for any other reason. It was simply because Hisong felt it necessary to have a backup plan. Like before, when the Thick Earth sect suddenly waged war against the Seven-Star sect, he had no choice but to flee, setting up his own cave mansion. If the Golden Elixir Master hadn't considerably advanced the war, Hisong probably would have already been under another sect's influence, preparing to join a new one. Therefore, he intended not to miss out on the foundation establishment and even the Golden Elixir skill means in the future, so as to avoid such an awkward situation. As long as he could learn. Learn first, and then see how things go. Whether or not these things would become useful, he could always decide later. After all, once the knowledge was imprinted in his mind, he could always recall it when needed. In this way, even if he was forced to leave the Thick Earth sect in the future, he wouldn't end up like previously, without any realm cultivation skills at least. Meanwhile, Master Chingyu had no idea what Hisong was thinking of. She assumed that Hisong was still pondering over the attitude issue of Master Fa Xian, so she quickly started explaining. It's been said that Master Fa Xian and Master Yin Shan were once very close, but for reasons unknown, their interactions dwindled over time. Probably, the camaraderie between the three of you reminded him of something, causing such a dramatic shift in his attitude. And, the 2 foundation establishment elixirs that he intentionally gifted you may be a reflection of his nostalgia for past camaraderie. His sudden change of attitude this time could simply be due to some past memories invoked upon seeing you. Rest assured, it isn't specifically against you. Perhaps, when you go to collect your rewards from the sect's treasure house, there might be a pleasant surprise waiting for you too. Master Chingyu shared, as if spilling beans from a bamboo tube, everything she knew with Hisong to help him understand the situation. Upon hearing the secrets revealed by Master Chingyu, Hisong suddenly had a realization. That's how it was. This explained everything. Master Fa Xian and Master Yin Shan had a great relationship. However, whether before or after reaching the elixir establishment, there was definitely a problem between them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have created 2 factions and started battling, both openly and behind the scenes. But perhaps, the appearance of Hisong and the other 2 or some other reasons, had gradually improved the relationship between Master Fa Xian and Master Yin Shan. That's why the two factions stopped confronting each other recently. Master Fa Xian and Master Yin Shan joined forces to injure Master Tian Shu of the Seven Star Sect, seizing a place from the Seven Star Sect. Furthermore, Master Fa Xian had specially gifted Yi Song with 2 Foundation Establishment Elixirs and gifted Wei Fan 1 Foundation Establishment Elixir too. Such actions were probably due to their friendship, which had deeply moved him, and hence he bestowed the elixirs. Otherwise, why hadn't he ever gifted any Foundation Establishment Elixirs to regular outer disciples? Because Master Fa Xian and Master Yin Shan had been very close before. And seeing Yi Song and his friends support each other right from the start, made him generously show kindness due to the proverb, love the house as well as the crow. In this way, everything made sense. So, that's how it is. I never knew such secrets were involved. Thank you for clearing up my confusion, I'm truly grateful. Having understood everything, Yi Song thanked Master Qingyu with a bow and gratitude. If Master Qingyu hadn't spoken up, he wouldn't have known about the existence of this relationship. Although he didn't care much about these things, and was more concerned about whether he could re-enter the Thick Earth sect and learn the Foundation Establishment's skill methods there. But now, since Master Qingyu had told him, it had dissolved his doubts and made him understand everything. Therefore, Yi Song wouldn't be stinged with a word of thanks. Don't mention it, this isn't a deep secret. If you were curious, you would definitely have been able to find out. I was just making a casual comment. It's not worth mentioning. Faced with Yi Song's gratitude, Master Qingyu responded with a smile. With his confusion cleared, Yi Song. After casually chatting with Master Qingyu for a while, Yi Song no longer wished to stay longer. After drinking some more tea, Yi Song excused himself, saying he had some other matters to attend to. Master Qingyu didn't detain him much, instead, she advised him to set up his cave mansion as soon as possible. Yi Song promised to do so. After bidding farewell to Master Qingyu and Pinger, he quickly left her cave mansion, heading directly towards the main peak of the Thick Earth sect. There, a generous reward awaited his collection. Chapter 189, 189 Master's Generous Reward. This was a reward from Master Fa Xian. Although Yi Song didn't know the exact value, he was sure it wouldn't be small. On the way to the Thick Earth sect's treasure vault, Yi Song didn't use the blood escape skill. He kept in mind his current status. Right now, he was still just a cultivator who had just broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage, without having learned any Foundation Establishment techniques. If he used the blood escape skill, it would immediately arouse suspicion from other Foundation Establishment masters. Wouldn't that spoil all his plans? Moreover, it would attract suspicion for no reason. There would be more loss than gain. Under these circumstances, Yi Song still used the mountain wind riding skill, just like a chi refining cultivator, and headed towards the treasure vault of the Thick Earth sect with a light body. In no time, Yi Song appeared at the foot of the main peak of the Thick Earth sect. After taking out the Elder token given by Master Fa Xian from his storage bag, Yi Song quickly used the Elder token in his hand to access the sect's treasure vault. And he received all the rewards given to him by Master Fa Xian from the treasure vault. A spirit boat, 3 blank disciple tokens, 200 contribution points, a top-rank storage bag, a token with the word Cave Mansion engraved on it. He put everything into the newly acquired top-rank storage bag. Yi Song didn't stay at the location of the treasure vault, but instead returned to the small courtyard where he used to live during his chi refining stage after a brief pause. Now, Yi Song had just broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm and hadn't had time to open a cave mansion within the range of the Thick Earth sect's mountain gate. Therefore, if he wanted to have a place to stay, he could only return to the small courtyard where he had lived in during his chi refining stage. It wouldn't be too late to find another place to establish a cave mansion after he had taken care of other matters. Back in his own small courtyard, Yi Song activated the array skills in the courtyard. Soon, the courtyard was enveloped by the illusion array, and Yi Song, who was inside, naturally disappeared from sight. Inside the courtyard, with a thought, Hisong's divine sense instantly surged out, covering the entire courtyard. In this way, as long as he didn't withdraw his divine sense, no one could bypass him and find out the specific situation inside the courtyard. And once other cultivators came to probe, Hisong would know immediately and drive them away. Such an approach allowed Hisong to be unmonitored by anyone in his courtyard. After doing all this, Hisong finally breathed a sigh of relief and put everything from the top-rank storage bag on the table in front of him. A top-rank storage bag. It was different from ordinary storage bags and those inferior storage bags that cost 100 spirit stones each. The space contained in a top-rank storage bag was at least 10 times larger than that of an ordinary storage bag, while an ordinary storage bag's space was at least 10 times larger than that of an inferior storage bag. Such a vast space made the top-rank storage bag the mainstream choice for foundation establishment cultivators. As for chi refining cultivators, they could generally only use ordinary storage bags or even inferior ones. The price of a top-rank storage bag was much higher than that of an ordinary one. Chi refining cultivators actually had a hard time getting their hands on such genuine good stuff like top-rank storage bags. Even Hisong. During his chi refining stage, he already had tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. However, he had only heard of the existence of top-rank storage bags. Wanted to buy one? He didn't have the connections for that. However, when Hisong reached the foundation establishment realm, the top-rank storage bag he had only heard of quietly appeared in his hands. As expected, in the cultivation world, one's cultivation level is the most important thing. As long as the cultivation level is high enough, one's status and position will be elevated accordingly. A big fist is the hard truth. Looking at the top-rank storage bag in his hand and recalling his past predicament of being unable to buy one, Hisong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That's how it was in the cultivation world. Once the cultivation level was reached, everything would work out. No matter one's status or position, or their power and influence, they would all be within reach. But if one's cultivation was not enough, no matter how hard one worked, or how well they networked, they would still hit a wall. Putting down the top-rank storage bag in his hand, Hisong's gaze swept over the other items. These items were the tangible benefits that his breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm had brought him. As for the other changes in one's status, position, and power, he would have to discover them over time. The items in front of him were the ones he could actually hold in his hand at the moment. At first glance, Hisong's gaze locked onto the spirit boat. A spirit boat. Mana-driven, it could fly at extremely high speeds in the sky, and the consumption of mana was much less compared to using a tunneling skill. The power of the spirit boat mostly came from spirit stones. As long as there were enough spirit stones, the spirit boat could keep going. A cultivator only needed to use mana to make slight adjustments, and the consumption of mana could be considered negligible. In the cultivation world, when the distance was long, cultivators would use the spirit boat to travel. Using tunneling light all the way would be faster than a spirit boat, but it would truly consume their own mana. It's fine for short distances. Once the distance is long enough, the mana spent on the tunneling skill will be massive. Perhaps by the time you arrive, your mana would already be exhausted. In such situations, the spirit boat is needed. To maintain their peak combat power, cultivators generally use spirit boats for long-distance travel. This practice effectively prevents others from taking advantage of their vulnerability, protecting cultivators from being attacked by evildoers when their mana has been greatly depleted. It can be said that, in the cultivation world, spirit boats are indispensable tools for cultivators when traveling. Picking up the spirit boat on the table, Hisong's gaze swept over it. A flash of admiration quickly appeared in Hisong's eyes. The spirit boat seemed to be carved from white jade, with intricate patterns on it, making it extremely beautiful. After playing with it for a while, Hisong's divine sense entered the spirit boat. Information about the usage of the boat and other related details appeared in his mind. Once he had assimilated all the information, a flash of realization appeared in Hisong's eyes. The white jade boat, made of white spirit jade as the main body and refined with many precious materials, is very fast and has defensive capabilities. After refining it with mana, it can be stored in the elixir field and taken out at any time. The boat has a spirit stone groove, and after putting spirit stones into it, you can control it at will. The name White Jade Boat was quite fitting, as it closely resembled the boat in front of Hisong. With a body like white jade, it was no wonder it was called the White Jade Boat. The boat's appearance was quite appealing, which made Hisong quite fond of it. However, since the White Jade Boat was now his possession, Hisong wasted no time in using his mana to begin refining it. This refinement process took several days to complete. Fortunately, the White Jade Boat was just a spirit boat, with no complex features, so it only took a few days for Hisong to refine it. If it were a high-quality artifact, the time spent on refining it would be much longer. It would take at least a few months for a foundation establishment master to refine a high-quality artifact. Adding the time needed to familiarize with a high-quality artifact, it would likely take a year. A few days later, Hisong casually pointed a finger, and the palm-sized White Jade Boat immediately transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. Eventually, under the cover of his mana, it became extremely small and rested within Hisong's elixir field. Hisong had successfully refined the White Jade Boat and stored it in his elixir field. After integrating the White Jade Boat into his elixir field, Hisong's gaze shifted and quickly fell upon other items on the table. Blank Disciple Tokens. 3 of them. These 3 blank tokens would allow Hisong to bring 3 people into the Thick Earth sect as outer disciples. This was a privilege granted to Foundation Establishment Masters by the Thick Earth sect. When Mengguan achieved Foundation Establishment, it was through these 3 spots that Hisong and Wei Fan were brought into the Thick Earth sect. In this way, when a cultivator achieves Foundation Establishment, it is believed that one who attains enlightenment will allow even their domestic animals to reach heaven. Hisong was once a beneficiary of this rule. Now, having received these 3 blank tokens, he had a way to bring others into the Thick Earth sect. However, Hisong just glanced at the 3 blank tokens in front of him and then placed them in the nearby top-rank storage bag. For Hisong at the moment, these tokens were actually not very useful. Although they were valuable, he had no one in mind that he wanted to bring into the Thick Earth sect. His dear friends, apart from Lin Song, all had already entered the Thick Earth sect and became Foundation Establishment Masters one by one. Mengguan, Wei Fan, and Zhao Lin were now elders of the Foundation Establishment realm in the Thick Earth sect. They did not need Hisong's tokens. As for Lin Song, the only one who had not succeeded in Foundation Establishment, he was now over 60 years old, and even if brought into the Thick Earth sect, he would no longer have the chance to achieve Foundation Establishment. Therefore, Hisong didn't care much about these 3 blank tokens. After storing the 3 blank tokens, Hisong's gaze shifted again and quickly landed on the last item on the table. It was a token. The word mansion was engraved on the token. Hisong had heard about the function of this token before. Upon becoming a Foundation Establishment Master, most Foundation Establishment Masters would open a cave mansion within the scope of the Thick Earth sect's mountain gate. As for this token, after deciding on the location of your cave mansion, you could take this token to seek the Artifact Refining Hall's personnel within the sect. Upon seeing the token, the Artifact Refining Hall's personnel would specially assign someone to create a cave mansion and set up array skills for you. As long as you lead the Artifact Refining Hall's personnel to the location where you want to establish the cave mansion, and then hand the token over to them, you can leave afterwards. After a few days, a completed cave mansion will be arranged at your chosen location. At the same time, a new token will be handed to you. This new token is used to control the various arrays within the cave mansion. From then on, the cave mansion will belong solely to you. This process is something almost all Foundation Establishment Elders of the Thick Earth sect go through. Opening a cave mansion within the gates of the Thick Earth sect is not simply a matter of digging a hole. Chapter 190 Foundation Establishment Secret Technique. Putting this token with the word Cave Mansion carved on it into his top-rank storage bag, Hisong had a thought, and another token appeared in his hand. This was the Thick Earth sect's Elder token. It was given to Hisong personally by Master Fa Xian. It represented Hisong's identity as an Elder of the Thick Earth sect. It could also connect with the sect's treasure vault, allowing him to exchange items from the treasure vault as an Elder. At this moment, fiddling with the Elder token. Hisong's gaze was directed towards the main peak of the thick earth sect. It seems that the surprise Master Qingyue mentioned is indeed true. 200 contribution points, worth 30,000 spirit stones, equivalent to the annual salary of a foundation establishment elder. Master Fa Xian is really generous, giving me 10 years' worth of annual salary directly. I haven't seen Lao Meng and Wei receive so many rewards when they returned before. Although I'm not short of spirit stones now, it's still nice to have an extra 30,000. However, next, I would need to go to the book collection pavilion and use these contribution points to exchange for some foundation establishment realm skills. After that, I'll go to the sect's artifact refining hall to purchase a high-quality offensive and defensive artifact for self-defense. Also, I need to purchase some defense spirit amulets for the foundation establishment realm for self-preservation from the sect. I wonder if there are any poisons in this sect that can turn foundation establishment cultivators on their heads. It doesn't seem like a bad idea to prepare some for sneak attacks. After sorting out all the things he had to do in his mind, Hisong saw that the table was already empty, and he promptly stood up. He was ready to go to the artifact refining hall to secure his cave mansion. Just back in the sect, Hisong, who had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage in the eyes of others. Within 10 years, it was impossible for him to leave the sect in the limelight. There was no choice. There were many people in the thick earth sect, and it would be difficult to avoid unnecessary trouble if he left the sect rashly without any foundation establishment skills. Therefore, Hisong had no choice but to open a cave mansion within the scope of the thick earth sect for his own safety. When he was not needed, he would stay in the cave mansion. When necessary, he could use the mountain escaping skill to leave the thick earth sect quietly from underground. In this way, he could avoid being discovered by others and keep his movements completely hidden. It would not delay his affairs and would not cause other consequences. After making a decision, Hisong's figure quickly arrived at the artifact refining hall of the thick earth sect. After displaying his cave mansion token and stating that he wanted his cave mansion to be adjacent to Meng Guan and Wei Fan's cave mansions, Hisong immediately turned and left. The following matters did not require his attention. He just needed to wait a few days, and the people of the artifact refining hall would naturally deliver the new cave mansion's token to his hand. By then, he would be neighbors with Meng Guan and Wei Fan. Unfortunately, his two friends were still in the Mountain Immortal City, and he didn't know when they would return. Leaving the artifact refining hall. After identifying the direction, Hisong quickly headed towards the book collection pavilion of the thick earth sect. Book collection pavilion. Hisong had been here twice. The first time was when he first joined the thick earth sect, coming here to purchase secret skills and the 100 skills of cultivation truth. The second time was when he exchanged Array Tau introductory insights for Amulet Tau introductory insights, and found the mountain escaping skill. This time, it was his third visit. And it was also the first time Hisong, as a foundation establishment master, came to the book collection pavilion. Upon arriving at the book collection pavilion, Yang Yan's figure appeared in front of him. Yang Yan. He was the keeper of the book collection pavilion. A few years ago, when Hisong came here to exchange for the cultivation truth, he was the one who served him. Seeing Hisong, Yang Yan opened his mouth unconsciously. Greeting brother he, no, greeting elder he. The foundation establishment skills are on the second floor, please go up and check them yourself, and hand them over to me when you leave. However, halfway through, Yang Yan's words changed. Because he found that, a few years ago, Hisong, who was only at the 9th tier Qi refining, had already reached foundation establishment when he came back now. At the moment, Hisong was already a foundation establishment master. Naturally, the brother he was originally addressing turned into elder. Alright, I'll go upstairs now. Hisong gave a friendly smile to Yang Yan in response and went upstairs after replying to him. Also, just as at the moment Hisong went upstairs, watching Hisong's departing figure, Yang Yan couldn't help but start daydreaming. Foundation establishment, Elle didn't expect that in just a few short years, the brother who had old dealings with brother Songjin managed to successfully reach foundation establishment in such a short time. Since he can reach foundation establishment, as a disciple of the thick earth sect, can I also reach foundation establishment? For a moment, a burning ambition appeared in Yang Yan's gaze as he looked at Hisong's back figure. The thought of being able to reach foundation establishment just like others crossed his mind. Not until Isong disappeared at the staircase of the second floor did Yang Yin withdraw his gaze. However, even so, his mood was still surging. Thick Earth Sect. As expected from a golden elixir great sect, he, a humble outer disciple, actually had the honor of witnessing a foundation establishment master emerge. Moreover, this happened right before his eyes. How could he not think deeply about it? Isong had no idea about Yang Yan's thoughts. After reaching the second floor, Isong's gaze swept through, and he immediately saw rows of jade slips. However, compared to the vast ocean of books on the first floor of the book collection pavilion, the number of jade slips placed on the second floor was much fewer. Isong was not puzzled by this. Chi refining stage skills were supposed to be plentiful. The history of the cultivation world is long, and the chi refining stage skills created by cultivators are as numerous as the sea's waters and beyond count. Most of these chi refining stage skills have been buried in the long river of history. Only a few chi refining stage skills can continue to be passed down. However, even so, the number of chi refining stage skills is astonishing enough. But the number of foundation establishment techniques is much fewer than that of chi refining stage skills. Foundation establishment is the starting point of cultivating immortality. Foundation establishment stage skills are not something that can be created by just anyone. When you reach foundation establishment, you have taken the most critical step in the immortal path. The following immortal path can be continued step by step as long as you have opportunities, willpower, perseverance, resources, and so on. Foundation establishment stage methods are naturally incomparable to that of the chi refining stage. Isong arrived on the second floor of the book collection pavilion and casually glanced through it, seeing many various methods he had never heard of before, as well as some foundation establishment methods he had occasionally heard of. Earth Dragon Skill. With mana, you can transform rocks into Earth Dragons. Controlled by Divine Sense, they can be used for both offense and defense. Dust Cloak Skill. Using mana to condense dust to wrap around yourself for protection, sheltering from sneak attacks. Thick Earth Seal. Condensing a great seal with mana, controlled by Divine Sense, it can be used for both offense and defense. It can attack the enemy and protect oneself. Fire Melting Shield. Forming a shield with mana and controlled by Divine Sense, can be attached to artifacts to enhance their defensive capabilities. Phantom Escaping Skill. Using mana to cast a tunneling skill, forming phantoms behind you to confuse the enemy. Thick Earth Formulas. Foundation Establishment Realm Complete Manual. His gaze swept over, and Isong passed by a variety of skills, stopping at the location of the Thick Earth Formulas. Thick Earth Formulas. It is a powerful cultivation skill that can be cultivated all the way to the Yuanying stage. Although the name doesn't sound impressive. In fact, the name of the Thick Earth sect comes from the Thick Earth Formulas. Within the Thick Earth sect, a significant portion of cultivators' practiced skills are from the Thick Earth Formulas. During the Chi refining stage, they cultivate the Chi refining realm's Thick Earth Formulas. During the Foundation Establishment stage, they practice the Foundation Establishment realm's Thick Earth Formulas. During the Golden Elixir stage, they practice the Golden Elixir realm's Thick Earth Formulas. When it comes to the Yuanying stage, they don't know anymore. Isong stopped here for the reason that he knew the Thick Earth Formulas were a powerful method that could be cultivated all the way to the Yuanying stage, so he intentionally stopped to take a look. At the moment, although Isong's cultivation had reached the Foundation Establishment stage, the technique he practiced was still the Chi refining realm's Thick Earth Formulas. Although it was usable, but the cultivation speed was very slow. However, due to the unavailability of other cultivation methods before, Isong had to continue practicing it. But now things were different. Isong had returned to the Thick Earth sect, so naturally, he could obtain the sect's foundation establishment techniques. No matter if it was a cultivation skill, a skill, or any 100 skills of cultivation truths. With Isong's current status as a foundation establishment master, he could access any of them without restriction. Therefore, when Isong saw the Foundation Establishment realm's Thick Earth Formulas appear before him, his heart was immediately set on them. He must get the Thick Earth Formulas today. The day for changing his cultivation skill was today. Without any hesitation, he took the jade slip of the thick earth formulas in his hand, and quickly continued searching. Now that he had the foundation establishment stage cultivation skill. Next, it would be the skills and techniques to deal with enemies. The Earth Dragon skill isn't bad, although I don't know the strength of the Earth Dragon condensed by mana. It should not be too weak if it's called a foundation establishment technique. The jade slip of the Earth Dragon skill was taken into Hisong's hand. Thick Earth Seal can also be chosen since it can both attack and defend. Techniques like this seal skill are usually very powerful and should become a lethal move. The jade slip of the Thick Earth Seal was also taken into Hisong's hand. Phantom Escaping skill. Even though I already have the Blood Escape skill, I'll add a tunneling skill for camouflage, so that I wouldn't arouse suspicion. The jade slip of the Phantom Escaping skill was also taken into Hisong's hand. Fire Melting Shield? To increase the artifact's defense? If I buy a high-quality mana shield and use this Fire Melting Shield, my defense should become much safer, right? Hisong didn't miss the jade slip of the Fire Melting Shield. Dust Cloak skill? After condensing the Dust Cloak, it can prevent sneak attacks? For the sake of my life, I might as well learn it so that I don't get caught off guard. The jade slip of the Dust Cloak skill was also taken into Hisong's hand. After taking all these jade slips in his hand, Hisong felt he wanted everything as his eyes swept across rows of slips. However, after thinking about it, he decided to take only this many for now. He will take the remaining foundation establishment stage techniques afterward, gradually. Chapter 191 191 Thick Earth Seal. Anyway, he had plenty of time. After the foundation establishment, there was no longer the need to break through to foundation establishment before the age of 60, as was the case during the chi refining stage. Average cultivators at the foundation establishment realm have a lifespan of around 200 years. After consuming a large number of longevity elixirs or heavenly materials, their lifespan could extend up to around 300 years. If they have a strong destiny and find some precious spirit medicine, their lifespan might increase a bit more. However, it should never exceed 350 years. In foundation establishment realm, 350 years is a bottleneck. After all, even for cultivators who reach the golden elixir realm, their lifespan is merely 500 years. While they can also consume longevity elixirs and heavenly materials for longevity, there is still a gap between the 350 years in the foundation establishment realm and the 500 years in the golden elixir realm. Even so, in the foundation establishment realm, there are none of the restraints of needing to break through before 60, as there are in the chi refining stage. Upon achieving foundation establishment, he had already set foot on the immortal path. On the immortal path, a cultivator's body will always be at its peak status and could break through the realm when their lifespan is near its end. Even if a cultivator has never consumed any longevity elixirs or heavenly materials and their lifespan is only 200 years, they could still attempt to break through to the golden elixir realm when they are 199 years old, without any risk of decreased success rate. Under such circumstances, Hisong had all the time in the world. As an everlasting being, Hisong, he doesn't even need to consider any limitations of time. As long as he wanted, someday, all these foundation establishment cultivation skills would be his. With this thought flashing through his mind, Hisong picked up the jade slip and began to descend the stairs. The quiet room on the first floor of the book collection pavilion was the place where he would receive all the cultivation skills contained within these jade slips. Soon, under the respectful gaze of Yang Yan, Hisong walked into the quiet room with several jade slips. In the quiet room, Hisong took one jade slip after another in his hands and let his divine sense explore them, then accepted all of the foundation establishment cultivation skills from these jade slips. Thick Earth formulas for establishing foundation. Earth Dragon skill, Dust Robe skill, Thick Earth Seal, Melting Fire Shield, Phantom Earth Tunneling skill. After recording all of the foundation establishment cultivation skills in his mind, Hisong opened the door of the quiet room and handed them over to Yang Yan. These 6 foundation establishment cultivation skills. Each one required contribution points for exchange. The price was not expensive either. The full version of thick earth formulas for establishing foundation only required 1 contribution point. As for the other 5 foundation establishment cultivation skills, all except for thick earth seal, required 10 contribution points. The thick earth seal was the most expensive, requiring 20 contribution points. Thus, together, the contribution points needed to exchange these foundation establishment cultivation skills was 61. Using the conversion of 1 contribution point for 150 spirit stones, the foundation establishment cultivation skills that Isong exchanged for required a total of 9,150 spirit stones. After handing over all the cultivation skills, the 200 contribution points bestowed by Master Fa Xian on Isong's elder token was reduced to only 139. The spending of nearly 10,000 spirit stones made Isong somewhat astonished. Indeed, after foundation establishment, the annual salary was much higher than during the qi refining stage. But the expenses after foundation establishment were by no means comparable to those of the qi refining stage. If it hadn't been for the 200 contribution points given by Master Fa Xian, he was afraid it would have cost almost 10,000 spirit stones to exchange for these foundation establishment cultivation skills. If relying on the annual salary, it would probably take a regular foundation establishment master several years to save up nearly 10,000 spirit stones like Isong did. After exchanging for his selected foundation establishment cultivation skills, Isong turned around and left. At the same time, in his mind, he had a clear understanding of the 200 contribution points bestowed by Master Fa Xian. These 200 contribution points, if carefully calculated, were probably enough to enable a foundation establishment master to quickly gain combat power within 10 years. These 200 points were worth a full 30,000 spirit stones. Such a great gift! Only a golden elixir master could afford to give it away. Even now, when Isong owns over 100 acres of spirit fields as well as a yearly salary of 3,000 spirit stones, with a total annual income of over 10,000 spirit stones, he simply can't afford to give away a gift of 30,000 spirit stones like Master Fa Xian can. With 30,000 spirit stones, even with Isong's wealth, it would take him 2 years to save up enough. He definitely would not give away all the income of 2 years to others. Looking towards the main peak where the thick earth sect resided, Isong couldn't help but sigh. Master Fa Xian is really an interesting man. His skill in winning over people is perfect. Using a golden elixir master's body to win people over, others might be moved to tears. No wonder he was able to compete against Master Yin Shan. Unfortunately, no matter how much he tries to win people over, when there is danger, I would still run first. He shook his head, keeping his inner thoughts hidden. Isong quickly returned to his own courtyard. Next, it was time to practice the new foundation establishment cultivation skills he obtained. In the quiet room, Isong recalled carefully in his mind and quickly retrieved all the information about the thick earth formulas built for the foundation establishment. The first step, undoubtedly, was to switch cultivation skills. Isong now replaced the qi refining stage of the thick earth formulas with the thick earth formulas foundation establishment chapter. Only in this way could Isong's cultivation speed catch up with other foundation establishment masters. It should be known, over the past 4 years, Isong has been enduring the slow-crawling pace of the qi refining stage thick earth formulas. Now that he had the thick earth formulas foundation establishment chapter in hand, naturally Isong was not going to endure any longer. He immediately began to change his cultivation skills. Until several days later, a member of the artifact refining hall delivered a token to the outside of Isong's courtyard. This was the token for Isong's newly opened cave mansion. At that time, Isong was immersed in changing the thick earth formulas foundation establishment chapter, so he did not come out. He just sent out his divine sense to dismiss the other party, then used his divine sense to wrap the token and put it in his top-rank storage bag. He planned to move after changing his cultivation skill to the thick earth formulas foundation establishment chapter. Like this. Several days passed again. Isong finally changed the cultivation skill circulating in his body from the original qi refining stage thick earth formulas to the thick earth formulas foundation establishment chapter. In this way, Isong's absorption speed of spirit qi from the outside world, as well as the speed of transforming spirit qi into mana, finally caught up with other foundation establishment masters. After changing his cultivation skill, if Hisong secluded himself again, he would not be as slow as a turtle's crawl like those past 4 years. His cultivation speed, after the change, would experience a huge increase. So in the future, when secluded, the increase rate of mana in his body would also greatly increase. After Hisong successfully changed his cultivation skill, he also came out of his seclusion. Carrying the cave mansion token sent by a disciple of the artifact refining hall a few days ago, Hisong left the small courtyard where he had lived for over a decade. He arrived at a mountain next to the cave mansions of Mengguan and Wei Fan. Hisong stopped. This place. Originally it was just a forest. Although the landscape was quite pleasant, it was rarely trod by people. However, because Mengguan chose this place as his cave mansion after foundation establishment, this place had a bit more human activity. But very quickly, after Wei Fan reached foundation establishment, he also opened his cave mansion here. The two cave mansions side by side like this brought more human activity to the area. World events are unpredictable. A few years ago, when Mengguan and Wei Fan left one after another, the two cave mansions here became deserted. Until a few days ago. Hisong also chose his cave mansion here, standing side by side with the cave mansions of his two good friends. Only then did this place regain its vitality. Today, when Hisong arrived, seeing his cave mansion standing in line with Mengguan and Wei Fan's cave mansions, he felt a sense of satisfaction flash in his eyes. The three cave mansions arranged in a row were quite to Hisong's liking. Although at this moment, apart from Hisong's newly opened cave mansion showing a bit of human activity, the other two cave mansions seemed to have been deserted for a long time. But Hisong didn't care too much. Opening the cave mansion here was indeed to show off their friendship. But the main reason is that the two were not in the sect at the moment, so there would be no one to disturb him. When the two return, he, besides occasionally staying here, should spend most of his time in the cave mansion he opened outside. In this way, he didn't need to worry about being disturbed by the two. Doing so, he could cultivate without being disturbed and also show off the relationship among the three to the outside world. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. After casting a glance over Mengguan and Wei Fan's cave mansions, Hisong immediately entered his own cave mansion. The cave mansions that the Thick Earth sect arranged for foundation establishment masters were very interesting. Apart from various rooms and furnishings, two array setups were also arranged. The first one is a spirit gathering array. After checking it out, Hisong showed a disgusted expression on his face. This spirit gathering array was still a miniature spirit gathering array, not the small spirit gathering array that Hisong had been using. However, because the Thick Earth sect's mountain gate was much richer in spirit chi than the outside world, the concentration of spirit chi in this cave mansion was still quite good. Compared with Hisong's original small courtyard, the concentration of spirit chi here was much stronger. But it still couldn't catch up with the cave mansion that Hisong opened outside. Other than the miniature spirit gathering array, Hisong's cave mansion also had a concealing protection array. After a brief contemplation, Hisong found the name of this array in the Array Tau primary introduction. Purple Cloud Heavenly Array. As the name implies, after this array is activated, purple clouds envelop the array, making it effective for keeping divine sense explorations at bay. At the same time, within the purple clouds, there are protective arrays that can resist attacks from outside the array. This is an array that has both concealment and protection. Of course, because it has two functions, this implies that the two functions of the array are quite mediocre. Both concealment and protection cannot match arrays specialized in one aspect. For example, the concealment ability of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Array can't match the smoke array set up by Hisong. The protective capability of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Array can't match other arrays specialized in defense. Chapter 192, 192. 4 years later, this was also the reason why Hisong did not choose to study this array skill initially. At the same time, Hisong also thought of the conversation he had with Mengguan and Wei Fan a few years ago about the secrets of the Thick Earth sect. They were evasive. With the Purple Cloud Heavenly Array, there should be no need to worry about their conversation getting leaked. Nevertheless, both of them were still choosing to be evasive. Even though they hinted at it, they never directly spoke about it. Thinking about this, the purple cloud heavenly array's ability to guard against divine sense might be weak. For Foundation Establishment Realm Masters, the purple cloud heavenly array's concealment ability might already be strong. However, the two of them might have learned some news that the purple cloud heavenly array's concealment ability was not as strong for Golden Elixir Realm Masters. It seems that even though the purple cloud heavenly array has more functions, its concealment function is not as good as my smoke array. I was on the right path when I chose to study such a focused array. Looking at the location where the purple cloud heavenly array is set up, Hisong felt a sense of relief in his heart. It was a good thing that he had chosen to study specialized arrays instead of ones like the purple cloud heavenly array, which can do both but is not proficient in either. Although they might have a wide range of functions, the power difference between the two is not comparable. After feeling relieved, Hisong activated the miniature spirit gathering array and the purple cloud heavenly array in his cave mansion. Immediately, the surrounding spirit chi began to converge toward Hisong's cave mansion. Above Hisong's cave mansion, purple clouds filled the sky and shielded it from view. After the sky was covered with purple clouds, Hisong entered the meditation room in his cave mansion. After moving, naturally, he continued to cultivate his newly acquired Foundation Establishment skill. Upon entering the meditation room, feeling the density of the spirit chi around him rapidly increasing, Hisong quickly immersed himself in the cultivation of his Foundation Establishment skill. Having changed his Foundation Establishment cultivation skill, next, Hisong considered for a moment and then set his sights on offensive skills. Earth Dragon skill, Thick Earth Seal. After weighing the options between these two offensive skills, Hisong finally chose to study the Thick Earth Seal first. The Thick Earth Seal is a secret skill that Foundation Establishment Realm Masters of the Thick Earth sect basically all learn. It's not because the Thick Earth Seal is too common. Rather, it's because of the great power of the Thick Earth Seal, which can be used offensively and defensively. Naturally, it also significantly increases the strength of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Secret skills that are based on seals usually have immense power. Naturally, they also consume a lot of mana. Therefore, even if they have learned the Thick Earth Seal, they generally use it as a trump card. It will not be used easily. For regular combat, Hisong chose the Earth Dragon skill. However, now is not the time to cultivate the Earth Dragon skill. First, learn the Thick Earth Seal, and then study the Earth Dragon skill. This is the order Hisong has set for himself. After completing the study of these two offensive skills, he will start learning other skills. Hisong immersed himself in the process of cultivating skills. Time quietly passed as he cultivated his skills. In a blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. During these 4 years, Hisong had cultivated the Thick Earth Seal to the point where he could use it freely without losing power. He also cultivated the Earth Dragon skill to the point where he could use it freely without losing power. However, just after Hisong had practiced both offensive skills to proficiency, his gaze turned to the Thick Earth Sect's book collection pavilion once again. Phantom Escaping skill, Fire Melting Shield, and Dust Cloak skill, these 3 skills can be left for later study. When I was browsing the Foundation Establishment skills on the 2nd floor of the book collection pavilion earlier, there were a few other skills I need urgently. First, learn those skills and then turn back to study these 3. Nowadays, after learning these 2 offensive skills for the Foundation Establishment realm, Hisong's offensive capabilities are sufficient. In the course of these 4 years, the spirit amulets on his body have also been gradually replaced with Foundation Establishment level defense spirit amulets. His defensive capabilities have been similarly enhanced. Even the 2 artifacts on his body, one for offense and one for defense, have already been purchased from the Artifact Refining Hall using contribution points to acquire new high-quality artifacts. However, due to time constraints and no need to leave the sect, Hisong did not choose to refine the 2 newly replaced high-quality artifacts. Under such circumstances, All he needs to do now is refine the 2 high-quality artifacts on his body to have Foundation Establishment Realm combat power. At that time, what he'll lack will not only be offensive and defensive capabilities, but also some auxiliary skills. For example, the breath concealment skill, which can block the observation of spirit vision skill and completely hide a cultivator's breath. The chi observing skill that can see through the concealment of breath concealment formulas and has various additional effects. The soul searching skill that can view other people's memories and cause severe pain. The sealing skill that can completely seal people or objects. Without a correct solution or cultivation not higher than his own, one cannot break the seal. The soul splitting skill that can cause severe pain to enemies and is specifically used for torturing people. Being able. Upon reaching the Foundation Establishment Realm, his abilities were now much more numerous than when he was in the chi refining stage. When Hisong searched for Foundation Establishment techniques in the book collection pavilion's 2nd floor before, he often saw various types of techniques like the ones mentioned earlier. Some of these techniques were common, cruel, and even some that could save cultivators a lot of trouble. Hisong naturally wouldn't let go of these auxiliary techniques, especially the soul-searching skill. This skill, which could be used to view an enemy's memories, was exactly what Hisong had in mind. You should know. Before this, he had missed several chances. If he had the soul-searching skill at that time, maybe those missed opportunities would have fallen into Hisong's hands. It's a pity. Such a pity. But it's okay now. After successfully establishing his foundation, if he encounters that kind of situation again in the future, with just one soul-searching skill, Hisong would be able to know everything he wants to know. He wouldn't miss any more opportunities. Thus, for years later, Hisong's figure appeared in the book collection pavilion once again. Entering the book collection pavilion, he was still greeted by Yang Yen. But this time Hisong had no intention of chatting with him. After greeting him, Hisong immediately went up to the 2nd floor, took all the auxiliary techniques he remembered in his mind, and held them in his hands. He then went into the quiet room in the book collection pavilion and imprinted all the auxiliary techniques he had chosen into his mind. Skill, soul-splitting skill. A total of 5 auxiliary techniques. After imprinting these 5 auxiliary techniques into his memory, Hisong quickly returned to his cave mansion. Sitting cross-legged in the quiet room, Hisong closed his eyes slightly, and the introduction of the breath concealment skill quickly flashed through his mind. The breath concealment skill is not the same as the breath concealment formulas. The breath concealment formulas are only for the chi refining stage. It can deceive chi refining stage cultivators, but it can't deceive the divine sense scanning of Foundation Establishment masters. Although ordinary chi refining stage cultivators wouldn't be scanned by a Foundation Establishment master's divine sense. But if a Foundation Establishment master really wants to know your cultivation level and uses divine sense scanning, the breath concealment formulas wouldn't be able to block it. Only the breath concealment skill, an auxiliary technique of the Foundation Establishment realm, can block the divine sense scanning. Of course, if you don't resist, the divine sense scanning can naturally also be detected by the caster, but the cultivation level perceived would be the one the caster wants to show. For example, Hisong is currently in the early Foundation Establishment stage. If he uses the breath concealment skill to hide his cultivation at the chi refining early stage. In this case, whether others use the chi refining stage's spirit vision skill or the Foundation Establishment realm's chi observing skill, they would see the chi refining early stage. Even if they use divine sense scanning, they can only see that Hisong's cultivation is at the chi refining early stage. In this way, the strength of the breath concealment skill can be seen. The functions of Foundation Establishment realm auxiliary techniques are indeed much stronger than those of the chi refining stage skills. At the same time, besides the breath concealment skill, the appearance of the chi observing skill also allows Foundation Establishment stage cultivators to see through the hiding of chi refining stage cultivators. After practicing the chi observing skill, Foundation Establishment masters can see through the hiding of chi refining stage cultivators who use the breath concealment formulas. This is also the reason why Hisong didn't dare to show his face in front of other Foundation Establishment masters when he entered Greenwall Immortal City 4 years ago. At that time, Hee-song. It had only been 4 years since he broke through to foundation establishment. And he hadn't learned the breath concealment skill yet, so even though his cultivation was in the foundation establishment realm, he could only use the breath concealment formulas, which couldn't resist the probing of the chi observing skill. As a result, in order to hide his cultivation, he could only hide himself and not attract the attention of foundation establishment masters. Of course, the chi observing skill can see through breath concealment formulas. But it can't see through the breath concealment skill. Although the chi observing skill doesn't seem as powerful as the breath concealment skill. However, the chi observing skill is not only used to observe other cultivators' cultivation. Elixir refinement requires the chi observing skill. Artifact refinement also requires the chi observing skill. Some things that require the use of vision generally require the chi observing skill. This auxiliary skill can be said to be a must-have skill for foundation establishment masters. After reading the introductions of the breath concealment skill and the chi observing skill, Hee-song thought for a moment and soon immersed himself in the practice of these two auxiliary techniques. In Hee-song's view, the breath concealment skill and chi observing skill must be learned as soon as possible. As for the reason, Hee-song is an everlasting being. As an everlasting being, his cultivation progress naturally cannot be the same as that of ordinary foundation establishment masters. Therefore, he needs to rely on the breath concealment skill to hide himself so as not to be noticed by others for being abnormal. Although using the breath concealment skill all the time would seem strange, it is still more dangerous to expose one's cultivation progress to others. Only by keeping others in the dark about their specific cultivation can one's safety be truly guaranteed. After all, if one's cultivation remains in the early stages of foundation establishment and doesn't advance, it would also draw the disdain of others. Instead of that, it's better to hide one's cultivation and keep others from knowing. Of course, the most important point is, with the breath concealment skill, Hee-song can hide his cultivation and go to various immortal pavilions for trading. He will no longer attract the attention of the foundation establishment masters guarding the immortal pavilion because of his foundation establishment realm cultivation. In this way, when Hee-song doesn't need to worry about being discovered by the master guardian of the immortal pavilion, he would no longer have to come and go in a hurry when dealing with spirit rice or spirit medicine for fear of being hunted down like before. Chapter 193, 193, The Four Great Masters. Although this could possibly bring about some unnecessary troubles, such as being targeted, leading to assassination attempts. But Hee-song is now a foundation establishment master. These are mere inconveniences that he was not even afraid of during the chi refining stage, let alone now. With the cultivation base of the foundation establishment realm, bullying those who wish to kill and seize treasures, Hee-song is not under any psychological pressure. When at Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, Master Chung Shan held the 6th rank. Now that he has reached foundation establishment, he can naturally do such things. After all, he who kills must be killed in return. For such a risk-free matter, Hee-song naturally wouldn't feel any pressure. Hee-song is cautious, but not weak. He simply wanted to steadily increase his strength and comfort. Not to be a pushover who puts up with everything. If someone wants to kill him, then he retaliates. However, even in killing a rabbit, a lion will exert its full strength. When retaliating, he needs to utterly annihilate the opponent, erase all traces, without letting anyone know that he did it. That's all there is to it. As long as no one can trace it back to him from those clues, then this matter was not his doing. Moreover, Hee-song is now a foundation establishment master and has the backing of the Thick Earth sect. He's not likely to lose his head in handling general crises. Having considered all this, Hee-song let his divine sense probe out, checking the massive amount of spirit rice in his storage bag, feeling a touch of helplessness. The spirit rice he was carrying just kept increasing. The 100 acres of spirit fields he'd created outside, coupled with the dozens of acres of spirit fields and medicine garden next to his cave mansion in the Thick Earth sect. Combined, these fields and gardens could yield tens of thousands of pounds of spirit rice per year for Hee-song, and even some spirit medicine. Tens of thousands of pounds of spirit rice. It doesn't seem like much. However, if you rack up tens of thousands of pounds of spirit rice every year, it does take up a lot of space. No way, this spirit rice is taking up too much space, and it takes too long to sell it off, which could rouse suspicion. I need to find a way to change the way I acquire spirit stones. Or, after my next secluded cultivation, I'll take all this spirit rice to other sects outside the thick earth sect to sell. Looking at the massive amount of spirit rice in his storage bag, Hisong felt a headache and could only make a resolution to find a new way to procure spirit stones. Or after he learns all the skills in his possession, as a foundation establishment master, he'll go to other sects' territories to sell spirit rice. Presumably, as a foundation establishment, Hisong should be able to handle this without incident. Earlier, while Hisong was constantly selling spirit rice in the thick earth sect's territory, Hisong had sharply noticed that the thick earth sect had begun to notice the significant amount 01 spirit rice per mammoth's territory. They just hadn't taken any specific action yet. But during the 4 years he spent in seclusion learning his skills within the thick earth sect, once when he went to the Foreign Affairs Hall, seeking news from the outside world, he accidentally discovered a mission from his sect to investigate into the matter. Upon learning the mission had suddenly appeared several years ago and remained uncompleted, Hisong's wariness immediately reached its peak. Therefore, he became hesitant about selling spirit rice. That's also why he had so much spirit rice on him. The thick earth sect had started investigating the source of the spirit rice Hisong had previously sold. If he were to start selling spirit rice in large quantities within the thick earth sect's territory at this point, he'd most likely be investigated by the sect. Although Hisong is currently a foundation establishment elder of the thick earth sect, if this practice were discovered, his talent in array Tao would likely be exposed instantly. At that point, who knows what other complications might arise. In order to avoid exposing himself in front of everyone, Hisong didn't sell any spirit rice in recent years, instead storing all the harvested spirit rice in his storage bag. Luckily, he had just acquired a top-ranked storage bag, or he wouldn't have been able to fit so much spirit rice. Setting these thoughts aside, Hisong soon became engrossed in practicing breath concealment skill and chi observing skill. Breath concealment skill, chi observing skill, and soul searching skill. He made a priority of learning these 3 skills. The breath concealment skill shields cultivation levels. Chi observing skill sees through the opponent's cultivation level. The soul searching skill helps in attaining serendipities. If Hisong wanted to sell spirit rice outside of the thick earth sect's territory, while he's out, he would certainly have to use these 3 skills frequently. However, just when Hisong was immersed in practicing these skills, a great incident occurred outside the headquarters of the 7-star sect. A golden elixir master from the nascent Soul Upper sect traveled a long distance to meet Master Yin Shan, who had been guarding outside the 7-star sect's gate. Then, through the 7-star sect's sect protection array, he requested the 7-star sect's Master Tian Shu to close the sect protection array. When the 7-star sect's sect protection array was closed, the Golden Elixir Master of the nascent Soul Upper sect, along with Master Yin Shan and Master Tian Shu, had a lengthy discussion outside the gates of the 7-star sect. During this time, the sect protection array of the Thick Earth sect was activated, and Master Fa Xian rapidly headed towards the gates of the 7-star sect. By the time Master Fa Xian arrived outside the gates of the 7-star sect, a strange sight occurred. The 4 golden elixir masters sat atop a mountain, discussing the Tao. Their overwhelming spiritual pressure spread around them, preventing anyone from getting close to the mountain peak where they were located. The 4 sat together, the subject of their discussion was unknown. The Foundation establishment masters and chi-refining cultivators who were excluded from the discussion could only faintly see the figures of the 4. But they couldn't hear even a whisper of their conversation. The discussion between the 4 golden elixir masters lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, Master Tian Shu of 7-star sect seemed to be infuriated and stood up as if ready to take action. But under the pressure of Master Fa Xian and Master Yin Shan, he didn't make a move. Instead, he sat back down after a moment of standoff under the mediation of another golden elixir master. Seeing this, Master Fa Xian and Master Yan Shan also took their seats again. What followed was further discussion. Until several days later, the Golden Elixir Master from the nascent Soul Upper sect was the first to leave. Despite his frustration, Master Tian Shu restrained his anger. After bidding the two Golden Elixir Masters of the Thick Earth sect farewell, he turned and returned to the nearby gates of the Seven Star sect. Immediately after, inside the gates of the Seven Star sect, all the elders and disciples of Seven Star sect began to pack up their belongings. A few days later, under the leadership of Master Tian Shu, all the elders and disciples of the Seven Star sect solemnly set off for the distance from the location of the Seven Star sect's gate. From then on, the war between the Thick Earth sect and the Seven Star sect came to an end with the moving of the entire Seven Star sect. The two Golden Elixir Masters of Thick Earth sect, after the relocation of the Seven Star sect, immediately entered the gates of the Seven Star sect. No one knew what the two Golden Elixir Masters did in the Seven Star sect thereafter. However, when the two Golden Elixir Masters left the Seven Star sect, they immediately ordered the sealing of the gates of the Seven Star sect, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. After that, the two returned to the Thick Earth sect. As for the distribution of the spoils of war after the two returned to the Thick Earth sect, Hisong had no news of it. However, years after parting ways, Mengguan and Wei Fan finally returned to Thick Earth sect from Mountain Immortal City. At this point, only 2 years had passed since Hisong immersed himself in the practice of the breath concealment skill and the chi observing skill. Hisong, at present, only just managed to train the breath concealment skill to a level where he could freely use it without any loss of power. As for the chi observing skill, he hasn't had the chance to start practicing yet. At this moment, it was Hisong's 6th year since he returned to the Thick Earth sect. He had not yet had the chance to refine the 2 high-quality artifacts he recently acquired, nor had he had the opportunity to train all the new skills he acquired to the level where he could use them freely without losing any power. He had also not yet found a new way to obtain spirit stones. However, when Mengguan and Wei Fan finally returned to the Thick Earth sect after many years, Hisong still emerged from his seclusion to meet them both. At the gates of Thick Earth sect, Hisong invited Mengguan and Wei Fan, who had just returned from Mountain Immortal City, into his cave mansion. As aroma of tea began to diffuse in Hisong's cave mansion, Mengguan, sitting opposite Hisong, had a hint of emotion on his face. When you achieved foundation establishment, I was unable to return and protect you. It was helpless. Fortunately, you managed to establish foundation successfully, thereby relieving me of some worry. Upon seeing Hisong, who had already reached the early stages of the foundation establishment, joy could hardly be concealed in Mengguan's eyes. He, along with Wei Fan, now have Hisong. A total of 3 foundation establishment cultivators. He had once thought that if his good friend could also reach the foundation establishment, it would provide more support on the path from foundation establishment to golden elixir in the future. However, although he was daring enough, he only dared to hope that one of his good friends could successfully establish a foundation. If one friend could establish a foundation, then they could support each other and travel further on the immortal path. But to his surprise, Wei Fan successfully established foundation. Hisong also successfully established foundation. All 3 of them were good friends and all successfully established foundations. Such odds were rare in the world. Seeing Hisong at the early stages of foundation establishment, Mengguan felt extremely gratified, and his face broke into a wider smile. Aside. Upon hearing Mengguan say this, Wei Fan immediately nodded in agreement. It's a joy that you could establish a foundation. Considering the urgency of the war, we were certainly regretful for not being able to return. However, now that the war has ceased, we must celebrate your achievement, you must not refuse. The two were first apologetic. Then they clearly planned the celebration for Hisong's establishment of foundation. Chapter 194 Mid-stage foundation establishment. However, seeing this situation, Hisong shook his head repeatedly. Celebration? Is foundation establishment really worth celebrating? Then, when he reaches the golden elixir or Yuanying stage in the future, wouldn't he have to announce it to the whole world? For just thinking about this attention-seeking matter, Song felt like he was being watched by countless people, and that his secrets would be exposed in just a few minutes. For someone as cautious as Song, a less attention-seeking like this, the fewer the better, ideally none at all. It's thanks to the support of my 2 friends that I could establish my foundation. It's just a small matter, there's no need to be so concerned. Today, I specifically came out to meet my 2 friends, not to celebrate building my foundation. The path to cultivation is long, building a small foundation is hardly worth mentioning. As for the celebration, you 2 better not bring it up again. After quickly rejecting the goodwill of his 2 friends, Song casually poured them each a cup of tea. Then, his gaze turned to Mengguan. During this time of welcoming his friends back to the sect, he always felt that there was something slightly off about Mengguan. But he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. And it wasn't appropriate to use his divine sense to investigate. Therefore, when needing to change the subject, revealing his doubts became Song's first choice. By the way, since the beginning, I've sensed that there's something wrong with Lao Meng. Was he injured on the front line? One is to change the topic. The second is to satisfy his curiosity. Song quickly asked what he was thinking, and his gaze followed to Mengguan. Mengguan's unusual behavior was indeed puzzling to him. From the surface, there were no injuries on Mengguan. Moreover, there were no external signs caused by injuries. But Song always felt that something was wrong when he looked at him. However, just as Song voiced his doubts, on one side, Wei Fan and Mengguan looked at each other, with a hint of strangeness flashing across their faces. After a round of eyebrow communication, in the end, it was still Wei Fan who spoke first. Fellow Taoist, you worry too much, Lao Meng hasn't been injured. But, you may not emo, in the 15 years since we were ordered to go to the Mountain Immortal City, Lao Meng's reputation has been quite impressive. Before that, his Dharma title, Master Duanhun, had been revered among Qi refining masters in the 7-star sect. It wasn't until I went there that I realized how great Lao Meng's reputation is. Over the years, Lao Meng has gained quite a bit from his time on the front lines. Later, he even went to the territory controlled by the 7-star sect and made a fortune. As a result, his cultivation base has surpassed ours by a bit. He has reached the mid-stage foundation establishment. At this point, it seemed that Song's expression was somewhat off. Wei Fan quickly explained with another sentence. What you sensed that's unusual about him should be the spiritual pressure caused by the mid-stage foundation establishment. He only recently broke through to the mid-stage foundation establishment, and his control over his own strength is still not that strong. With a casual wave, Wei Fan spoke, a hint of envy appearing in his gaze toward Mengguan. Mid-stage foundation establishment. He had already broken through to the foundation establishment realm for more than 10 years, but he hadn't even touched the threshold of the mid-stage foundation establishment stage. But what about Mengguan? In just over 20 years since breaking through to foundation establishment, he had successfully broken through to the mid-stage. Such a rapid breakthrough speed made Wei Fan, someone with 4 spirits roots, feel incredible. After all, Wei Fan, had 4 spirits roots. As for Mengguan? Mengguan only had 5 spirits roots. During the Qi refining stage, Mengguan managed to risk his life with his 5 spirits roots qualification and succeeded in entering the foundation establishment realm without relying on a foundation establishment elixir or foundation establishment insights. He, a cultivator with 4 spirits roots, also had a foundation establishment elixir and foundation establishment insights, but he still failed once before entering the foundation establishment realm. At the foundation establishment realm, Mengguan raised his cultivation base to the Qi refining midstage in just a few decades. And what about him? Now, Wei Fan had also been at the foundation establishment for more than 10 years, but he hadn't even touched the threshold of the mid-stage foundation establishment. Comparing the two, the jealousy in Wei Fan's heart could only be imagined. At the same time, Wei Fan was sure that there must be secrets on Mengguan. Otherwise, Mengguan's cultivation would not have progressed so quickly. However, which cultivator doesn't have some secrets? Mengguan's cultivation has now reached the mid-stage foundation establishment, so it shouldn't be too difficult to keep his secrets. If someone truly wants to investigate, they might end up knocking out their own teeth. As for Wei Fan, although he was envious, Mengguan was his close friend. The higher Mengguan's cultivation base, the better it was for him. There was no need for him to covet anything. As Mengguan's cultivation improved quickly, Wei Fan's cultivation shouldn't be far behind either. After all, as they pushed on to the 7-star sect's core territories and incorporated the Immortal Pavilion into the Thick Earth sect's control, he was also part of the accompanying personnel, receiving no small amount of resources. REWD's Kanyu 11L L11 DL CU LIVDL 1011 SPU WOQ Soon Dovdals LO Lyle Next L level. Mid-stage foundation establishment? He advanced to the mid-stage foundation establishment so quickly? It seems that Lao Meng has gained a lot in the Mountain Immortal City over the years. Wei has also heard that some years ago, he fought all the way to the lair of the 7-star sect. It looks like I missed a lot of opportunities by breaking through the foundation establishment realm a few years later. Off to the side, after hearing Wei Fan's words, Hisong wore a stunned look on his face. Even his words deliberately expressed his surprise. At the same time, there was a hint of regret for not having seized the opportunity. However, deep down, he was not too surprised by Mengguan's breakthrough to the mid-stage foundation establishment. As early as when Mengguan was still at the chi refining late stage and had not yet entered the foundation establishment realm, Hisong had sensed that there might be a secret on Mengguan. Otherwise, how could a 5-spirits roots cultivator advance his cultivation from the 7th tier chi refining to chi refining great perfection in just over a decade? At that time, he did not think about what kind of secret it could be. But Hisong already had expectations in his heart. Moreover, Mengguan's rapid rise in cultivation seemed to be inextricably linked to the wars. Therefore, when he learned that Mengguan's cultivation had broken through to the mid-stage foundation establishment, Hisong became more certain of his previous guess. There must be something that allows him to advance his cultivation rapidly in war. However, due to limited information, Hisong could not surmise what it could be. Nonetheless, Hisong did not have any curiosity about Mengguan's secret. Which cultivator doesn't have some secrets? At the very least, those who can become cultivators would possess cultivation skills that can integrate chi into their bodies. Such skills were also considered secrets when they were still mortal. Perhaps before entering the cultivation world, they received the legacy of a predecessor and gained many benefits from it. If one were to obtain the legacy of a foundation establishment master, then perhaps the path of cultivation during the chi refining stage would be smooth. Those cultivators who search everywhere for opportunities are not uncommon even within the Thick Earth sect. There are foundation establishment legacies, chi refining legacies, and perhaps various other opportunities. If all the secrets within them were revealed, it would likely cause a huge uproar within the Thick Earth sect. Upon their death, cultivators would often leave their lifelong gains to their successors. This is why there are so many people in the cultivation world who are eager to find opportunities. The secret on Mengguan may also be related to these opportunities. As for where it came from, Hisong didn't know. Fellow Daoist, don't be disheartened. Although such destructive wars are rare, our sect is strong and there may be more in the future. At that time, perhaps you can still gain more opportunities. Seeing the regret on Hisong's face, Mengguan immediately offered some comforting words. He thought that Hisong was regretting not having seized an opportunity. Little did he know, even if the Thick Earth sect were to launch another war for extermination, Hisong would not go to the battlefield. He might even run away on the spot. With Hisong's caution, even if it meant giving up the so-called opportunity, he would not participate in any war of extermination. Of course, Hisong just laughed at Mengguan's words of comfort and then moved on to another topic. Next, Hisong, Wei Fan, and Mengguan enjoyed a feast in Hisong's cave mansion. The two men occasionally discussed war information between the Thick Earth sect and the 7-star sect, as well as various incidents they encountered in the Mountain Immortal City. This included the recent events surrounding the 4 Golden Elixir Masters' discussions. Hisong listened with great interest. But after several days had passed, the three of them, although having a great time, returned to their respective cave mansions. When Mengguan and Wei Fan each returned to their cave mansions, Hisong activated the Purple Cloud Heavenly Array, changed the tea on the table, and then, he sat down by the table, his face showing a thoughtful expression. Mengguan and Wei Fan had already returned to the sect. Other Thick Earth Sect Foundation Establishment Masters should have returned too. However, there should still be some Foundation Establishment Masters from the Thick Earth Sect left in the territory previously occupied by the Seven Star Sect. Those areas were now under the control of the Thick Earth Sect, and it was only natural for them to stay behind and take control. But, would the other sects around the Thick Earth Sect and Seven Star Sect just sit by and watch the Seven Star Sect move and the Thick Earth Sect's power double? Would they not be afraid that once the Thick Earth Sect had expanded its territory and enhanced its foundation, it would wage war against them and take over their lands? Why didn't they support the Seven Star Sect? Logically speaking, the Seven Star Sect had existed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years and should have had one or two allies, right? Even if the Seven Star Sect was a demon sect, it should have allies. Furthermore, why did the Golden Elixir Master from the nascent Soul Upper sect come to the Seven Star Sect's entrance at this time, and why did Master Tian Shu of the Seven Star Sect activate the Sect Protection Array? In the end, what exactly did the four Golden Elixir Masters discuss during their sit-down? Why did Master Tian Shu of the Seven Star Sect feel compelled to take action, yet, due to the overpowering strength of the two Golden Elixir Masters from the Thick Earth Sect, he could only helplessly sit back down? What exactly did they talk about? Chapter 195 Golden Elixir Skill means why has the Seven Star Sect, after the discussions among the four Great Masters, decided to move their entire sect under the order of Master Tian Shu? Isn't this act of giving up their territory a bit too sudden? Can the Thick Earth Sect really just watch the Seven Star Sect leave? Don't they need to eradicate them completely? What are the two Golden Elixir Masters of the Thick Earth Sect planning deep down? Where will the disciples of the Seven Star Sect go? In the blink of an eye, Hisong's mind was filled with doubts. However, because he did not participate in this war nor did he join the discussions among the four great Golden Elixir Masters, therefore, he didn't know much about these matters. The truth was also beyond his reach. Hisong, who had just broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm but had not yet formed the combat power of a Foundation Establishment Master, needed a few more years to truly possess the power of a Foundation Establishment Master. Before that, the source of information regarding these matters was rather limited for Hisong. To unravel these mysteries, he could only rely on slowly obtaining more information in the future. After pondering for a long time in his cave mansion, Hisong sighed and looked at the mountain where the Thick Earth Sect's main peak was located with a deep gaze. For some reason, although the scope of the Thick Earth Sect's territory has doubled this time and the two Golden Elixir Masters were highly prestigious, Hisong, who was within the Thick Earth Sect, couldn't shake an unreal feeling. This sect war, was it too easy? The attitudes of other Golden Core sects and the nascent Soul Upper sect behind the Seven Star Sect were also very strange. Moreover, with the Seven Star Sect already conquered, would there be any friction between the two factions of the Thick Earth Sect regarding the distribution of their gains? After pondering with a frown for a moment, Hisong simply got up and quickly left his cave mansion. Instead of thinking so much, he might as well imprint all the Foundation Establishment methods from the Thick Earth Sect's book collection pavilion into his memory one by one. Only by learning all these methods would his cultivation in the Foundation Establishment realm continue to be smooth. At that time, even if anything should happen to the Thick Earth Sect, Hisong wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation in the Foundation Establishment realm with those methods in hand. As for the Golden Elixir realm methods, he needed to try if he could obtain them. Hisong's eyes were profound, and he had already begun to make plans for his future. As for this Thick Earth Sect, he didn't know how long he could stay here. Soon, Hisong arrived at the book collection pavilion. The one who received him was still Yang Yan. After greeting him, Hisong went up to the second floor. On the second floor of the book collection pavilion, Hisong's gaze swept over the jade slips, constantly considering which methods he might need if he were to become a loose cultivator in the future. At the same time, his gaze moved to the stairs leading from the second to the third floor of the book collection pavilion. The first floor had chi refining stage methods, the second floor had Foundation Establishment realm methods, and the third floor should hold the Golden Elixir realm methods, right? With no one guarding this place, could he just go straight to the third floor and pick some Golden Elixir realm methods? A bold idea flashed through his mind, and Hisong hesitated for a moment. In the end, he decided to imprint the Foundation Establishment realm methods he needed into his memory first, then directly ask Yang Yan later on. Although he was now a Foundation Establishment Master, to others, a newly promoted Foundation Establishment Master setting his sights on golden elixir methods was clearly not normal behavior. Besides, even though the third floor of the book collection pavilion appeared to be unguarded, perhaps the guard was just hidden too well. The book collection pavilion of a golden core sect was of utmost importance. It was impossible that only Yang Yan, a chi refining stage disciple, would be guarding it. Therefore, after weighing his options, Hisong naturally made a more prudent choice. After selecting several Foundation Establishment realm methods that he might need in the future, as well as some other 100 skills of cultivation truth, Hisong took the jade slips and went downstairs. After imprinting these methods and 100 skills of cultivation truth into his memory in the quiet room of the book collection pavilion, Hisong exchanged a few words with Yang Yan. During their conversation, Hisong casually asked, "Mr. Yang, do you know if the book collection pavilion has any golden elixir methods? Lately, I've been obsessed with studying methods, and I wonder if I could borrow them for a while?" Hisong and Yang Yan should have addressed each other as uncle and nephew. However, due to Hisong repeatedly visiting the book collection pavilion, imprinting one Foundation Establishment method after another into his memory, and constantly interacting with Yang Yan, their relationship naturally got a bit closer. In this way, Yang Yan would be more likely to tell Hisong everything he knew. Hisong had always been generous in gaining advantages when it came to using his words. After all, it was just a formality. He wasn't too concerned about it. He's seen your brother, do you want to borrow golden elixir methods? Upon hearing this, Yang Yan, who was recording something, looked surprised and stared at Hisong in astonishment. But soon, he showed a sudden realization, recalling the reason why Hisong had been constantly visiting the book collection pavilion to buy Foundation Establishment techniques in recent years. Since Hisong frequented this place, many visits would naturally attract attention from others. Therefore, he casually made up a reason and dispelled Yang Yan's doubts. The reason Hisong gave initially was that he was fascinated by the study of Foundation Establishment skills, and he wanted to learn as many as possible, hoping to create a unique secret technique in the future. Such a reason managed to fool Yang Yan, making him believe that Hisong truly wanted to create a unique secret technique. I'm afraid that won't work. Although I can understand Hisong's desire to create a secret technique, the stairway between the second and third floors is covered by array skills, with a Foundation Establishment elder guarding it. To enter, one needs a sect leader's token. So, in the end, Yang Yan spread his hands, his face showing a trace of helplessness. He had been in the book collection pavilion for many years, but he had never seen anyone go to the third floor. Of course, he was powerless to help Hisong with his desire to study the golden elixir skill means. Although he felt that Hisong's chances of creating Foundation Establishment secret techniques might increase after studying the golden elixir skill means. But the golden elixir skill means was not something anyone could see. Even the Foundation Establishment elders within the sect were no exception. So that's how it is. Thank you, Mr. Yang. I'll leave first. Seeing that he wouldn't be able to catch a glimpse of the golden elixir skill means, Hisong lost the desire to stay here any longer. After bidding farewell to Yang Yan, Hisong's figure quickly returned to his cave mansion. Once again, he activated the purple cloud heavenly array. Hisong entered seclusive cultivation once more. However, this time, Hisong did not study the Foundation Establishment techniques he had recently acquired, nor did he study the ones he had obtained before. On the contrary, this time, in his seclusion, Hisong focused his attention on the two high-quality artifacts he had purchased earlier. After breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm, Hisong bought two artifacts for himself at the Thick Earth Sect's Artifact Refining Hall. One for offense and one for defense. A seal and a shield. The seal was called Black Tiger. It was made from a Foundation Establishment realm black tiger bone and various precious materials, possessing great power. Once activated, it could control the Black Tiger to attack the enemy. At the same time, the Black Tiger seal itself could freely grow and shrink, advancing to kill the enemy and retreating to protect oneself. For such an artifact, Hisong had spent a great deal of money, a full 100 or more contribution points, to purchase it from the Thick Earth Sect's Artifact Refining Hall. This was a high-quality artifact that could be used for both offense and defense, and it could also be combined with Hisong's Earth Dragon skill. The Black Tiger controlled by the Black Tiger seal, coupled with the Earth Dragon controlled by the Earth Dragon skill, the two complementing each other, in addition to Hisong's support on the periphery, was equivalent to the combat power of 3 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. In this way, whether it was killing enemies or escaping, there would be a higher margin for error. Moreover, the Black Tiger Seal itself was also capable of killing enemies, making it a perfect combination. Furthermore, Hisong also purchased an extra mana shield. With the mana shield protecting him, Hisong's safety could be somewhat guaranteed. The mana shield is called Green Water Tortoise Shell Shield. It was made from the Foundation Establishment realm green water tortoise shell and several precious materials. It had excellent protective capabilities against water-based spells. On its own, it was extremely sturdy, effectively protecting cultivators within. At the same time, if it was stimulated by mana, the green water tortoise shell shield could emit a turtle shadow, enveloping the cultivator's entire body, and possessing an incredibly strong defensive ability. This turtle shadow provided an all-round protection, blocking attacks from all directions. The green water tortoise shell shield was also quite expensive. Although not as expensive as the Black Tiger Seal, it still cost Hisong more than 80 contribution points. A full 80 or more contribution points. Converted into spirit stones, a full 10,000 or more spirit stones. The price of a high-quality artifact is generally around 10,000 spirit stones. Of course, rarer high-quality artifacts would naturally be more expensive. Judging by the price of the 2 high-quality artifacts that Hisong had bought, their power would naturally be even greater among high-quality artifacts. Refining these 2 high-quality artifacts, for Hisong, it was neither difficult nor too easy. 2 years. It took Hisong a full 2 years to completely refine these 2 high-quality artifacts so that they could be used freely without diminishing their power in the slightest. His cultivation also grew steadily, with the mana in his body increased significantly compared to 2 years before, making him much stronger. As for these 2 high-quality artifacts, he could store them in his elixir field during his spare time without having to put them in a storage bag. As such, under the constant nourishment of mana, the 2 high-quality artifacts that Hisong had refined would naturally become even more handy for him to use. After calm little refining these 2 high-olive artifacts, Hisong did not immediately leave seclusion. Instead, he once again immersed himself in the process of cultivating his skills. Today's Hisong has been back in the Thick Earth sect for 8 years. In these 8 years, Hisong learned the Thick Earth Seal, Earth Dragon skill, Breath Concealment skill, and also refined 2 high-quality artifacts. However, even so, Hisong still had not stopped his pursuit of becoming stronger. In these 8 years, except for daily cultivation, which allowed the mana in his body to continuously increase, Hisong spent the rest of his time focusing on improving his own strength. He even set aside the 7 kills Heaven Fire Array, which he had been studying for several years, and devoted himself solely to learning Foundation Establishment's secret techniques every day. Chapter 196, 196, Successful Foundation Establishment 7 kills Heaven Fire Array is a killing array recorded in the Array Tau primary introduction. Originally, Hisong wanted to set it up in the cave mansion outside the Thick Earth sect. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. After returning to the Thick Earth sect, Hisong quickly immersed himself in the cultivation of the Foundation Establishment's secret method and had no time to be distracted. In this situation, he could only temporarily stop studying the 7 kills Heaven Fire Array and focus on cultivating the Foundation Establishment's secret method. As for the 7 kills Heaven Fire Array, he would pick it up again after the 10-year period of rapid strength enhancement had passed. Hisong himself is living in the mountain gate of the Thick Earth sect, so the 7 kills Heaven Fire Array is not needed for the time being. And it is precisely because of this. The 7 kills Heaven Fire Array has not been successfully studied by Hisong. However, according to Hisong's thoughts, after spending 10 years in the Thick Earth sect, it would be time to pick up the 7 kills Heaven Fire Array and continue studying it. Array Tau. It has always been Hisong's trump card. As a trump card, Hisong would naturally spare no effort to study Array Tau. It was only because he needed to quickly enhance his combat power this time that he temporarily put it aside for a while. Now that Hisong had returned to the Thick Earth sect for 8 years, he wasn't sure whether he would be sent out of the sect by Master Fa Shen to guard the Immortal Pavilion or Immortal City after his Foundation establishment. Thus, during this 10-year period of rapid strength enhancement, Hisong constantly strove to increase his strength to avoid being assigned outside and failing to establish a foothold due to insufficient strength. In the 6th year since Hisong returned to the sect, the war between Thick Earth sect and Seven Star sect had already ended. Hisong had personally gone to welcome back his two good friends. The Foundation establishment masters of both Master Fa Xian and Master Yen Shan's factions must divide the territories of the Seven Star sect. Hisong had even heard news that some Foundation establishment masters who had just returned to the sect had been sent out to guard immortal pavilions, like Master Chung Shan of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion in the past. However, the territories guarded by the Foundation establishment masters who had been dispatched this time were no longer within the original scope of the Thick Earth sect's power. They were the territories that the Thick Earth sect had seized from the Seven Star sect. In the original territories of the Seven Star sect's influence, there would also need to be Foundation establishment masters from the Thick Earth sect to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, there might be some instability. And it is precisely because of this. Hisong dared not stop cultivating the Foundation establishment method and prioritized everything to increase his strength. In case he was really sent out to guard an immortal pavilion or an immortal city, he would at least have some confidence to deal with emergencies. Time slowly passed as Hisong closed himself off to cultivate the Foundation establishment method. In the blink of an eye, 2 more years had passed in a flash. Now, it had been the 10th year since Hisong returned to the Thick Earth sect. It had been 2 whole years since Hisong refined 2 high-quality artifacts and significantly increased his strength. In these 2 years, Hisong had taken another step forward in the early stage of Foundation establishment, getting closer to the mid-stage Foundation establishment. At the same time, Hisong had learned another Foundation establishment skill: soul-searching skill. By using the soul-searching skill, one can examine the memories of the person subjected to it. During the process, the person being searched will suffer intense pain and torment. After the soul-searching is over, the soul-searched person will usually suffer severe damage to their soul, becoming an idiot. Meanwhile, the person performing the soul-searching can view all the information they want to know. With a cultivator's memory, just watching it once is enough to remember it very clearly. Therefore, once the soul-searching skill is used, the cultivator can learn everything they want to know, with no place to hide. In these 2 years, the Thick Earth sect conducted a series of sweeping operations in the original territories of the Seven Star sect. Some forces with loyalty to the Seven Star sect were uprooted by Foundation establishment masters dispatched by the Thick Earth sect. There were also some forces unwilling to be under the Thick Earth sect's rule that tried to flee but were hunted down and exterminated by Foundation establishment masters sent by the Thick Earth sect. One after another, Foundation establishment masters were sent by the 2 golden elixir masters of the Thick Earth sect to successively occupy various immortal pavilions and immortal cities in the original territories of the Seven Star sect. In the 4 years since the end of the war, Hisong would occasionally hear who had left the sect to guard the immortal pavilion or immortal city. Master Chungyu. She was assigned to guard an immortal city that originally belonged to the Seven Star sect but now belonged to the Thick Earth sect. Mengguan was also sent by Master Fa Xian to guard an immortal pavilion that had just been occupied by the Thick Earth sect 3 years after he returned to the sect. Wei Fan, at the same time as Mengguan's departure, was also sent by Master Fa Xian to an immortal pavilion that had just been occupied by the Thick Earth sect, serving as a master guardian. When Mengguan and Wei Fan were sent out at the same time, Hisong went out of seclusion to see them off. He also learned that the immortal pavilions where the 2 friends were stationed were not too far away. Hisong memorized the locations of the immortal pavilions where his 2 friends were stationed, and after bidding farewell to them, he received news that Zhao Lin would also be sent elsewhere to guard an immortal pavilion. Zhao Lin, a good friend who had been in contact with Hisong since the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. After breaking through the Foundation establishment realm and joining the Thick Earth sect, he had been in the Foundation establishment for 10 years at the same time as Mengguan and Wei Fan were sent out to guard the immortal pavilions. Zhao Lin's Foundation establishment was a bit later than Hisong's. However, because Hisong successfully built his Foundation establishment in his own cave mansion and entered the Thick Earth sect as a recent Foundation establishment cultivator after 4 years, the difference in their cultivation time wasn't large. Thus, Even though Zhao Lin's foundation establishment took place later than Yisong's, he completed the 10-year rapid growth period earlier than Yisong. Foundation establishment cultivators will experience a massive change in strength within 10 years after their foundation establishment. After 10 years, they can possess the combat power of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. As such, Zhao Lin has also spent a full 10 years in the Thick Earth sect. Yisong once visited him after returning to the sect. The two of them had a great time talking. Moreover, they are now fellow disciples, and were even close friends before. Their relationship, after their long-awaited reunion, did not change much, and they still called each other good friends. Zhao Lin was soon to be dispatched to guard an immortal pavilion elsewhere. Yisong naturally went to see him off. After also noting down the specific location of the immortal pavilion guarded by Zhao Lin, Yisong sent him away from the mountain gate. From now on, all three of Yisong's good friends within the Thick Earth sect had been sent to other places to guard them. He also knew in his heart, after he had spent 10 years in the sect, he would undoubtedly be dispatched elsewhere as a master guardian of an immortal pavilion or immortal city by then. It might not be as simple to return to the sect to learn foundation establishment techniques as it was before. Thus, while Yisong continued to practice the soul-searching skill in these 2 years, he also frequently went to the Thick Earth sect's book collection pavilion, imprinting one foundation establishment secret technique after another into his memory. In case he had to leave the Thick Earth sect in the future, his cultivation in the foundation establishment realm and various techniques would not fall too far behind. However, although he had already made preparations for future difficulties, Yisong couldn't help but covet the golden elixir techniques beyond foundation establishment. He had already suffered from the lack of foundation establishment techniques when he broke through to foundation establishment. If he were to break through to golden elixir without acquiring golden elixir realm techniques like back then, he would probably not be able to compare his combat power to other sects' golden elixir masters even if his cultivation reached the golden elixir realm. By then, Yisong felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He might need to make good plans for obtaining the golden elixir techniques of the Thick Earth sect. After bidding farewell to his three friends, Yisong spent the following time continuously studying soul-searching skill. Until one day, Yisong had completely cultivated the soul-searching skill to the point where he could use it freely without sacrificing its power. Today, it happened to be 10 years since Yisong returned to the Thick Earth sect. It also meant that, in the eyes of others, Yisong had been in the foundation establishment stage for 10 years. However, those people did not know that Yisong had already been at foundation establishment stage for 14 years, only spending 4 of those years in the cave mansion he had opened outside, which they were unaware of. Even so, in the eyes of others, after 10 years of foundation establishment, Yisong should have also owned the combat power of the foundation establishment realm. It was time for him to be assigned to important tasks and be dispatched to guard immortal pavilions or immortal cities. As a Thick Earth sect elder, receiving an annual salary of 3,000 spirit stones. Naturally, he had to work for it. Now that Yisong had come out of seclusion, he feared that orders about him would arrive soon. By that time, Yisong would have no choice but to go to the place specified in the order, guarding an immortal pavilion or an immortal city for the Thick Earth sect. However, just as Yisong had just come out of seclusion and was preparing to make another trip to the book collection pavilion to see if there were any other foundation establishment techniques he still needed to Orioar, the sound transmission amulet hung on his body suddenly lit up. Seeing this scene, Yisong's face changed slightly. Could it be his orders had arrived? It had only been 10 years, and Master Fa Xian couldn't even wait for a day, so eager to send him out of the sect? With this thought flashing through his mind, Yisong soon let it go. That's true. Now that the Thick Earth sect occupied a large area of the 7-star sect's territory, it was in dire need of manpower. Foundation establishment masters like him, who possess foundation establishment combat power, were naturally scarce. Whether they were used to guard immortal pavilions or immortal cities, they were useful. Yisong just felt that it was a bit too hasty. Opening the sound transmission amulet, Yisong took a thin piece of paper from the sound transmission amulet. Brother Pinger successfully reached foundation establishment 9 years ago, but has been in seclusion since then. Knowing that Brother He has also been in seclusion, I have not purposely disturbed you. I hope Brother He will not mind. With the help of Master, Pinger now has the combat power of the foundation establishment stage. However, recently Pinger has heard that Brother He seems to be about to leave seclusion soon and be transferred elsewhere. I wonder if it is possible to visit you before leaving. Pinger. Looking at the graceful writing on the paper, Hisong's expression slightly fluctuated. Pinger. She has reached foundation establishment? And as early as 9 years ago? Chapter 197 197 No time to waste. The reason Master Qingyue sent Hisong back to the sect. One of the reasons was also to provide Pinger with resources for foundation establishment. However, in the 10 years since returning to the Thick Earth sect, Hisong completely forgot about Pinger's upcoming foundation establishment, only focusing on increasing his own strength. Unexpectedly, when his 10-year term at the sect was coming to an end and he was about to be reassigned elsewhere, Pinger learned the news and wanted to see him before leaving. Looking at the beautiful handwriting on the paper, Hisong hesitated for a moment and soon decided to accept the invitation. Now, after the foundation establishment, the 10-year period for quickly increasing combat power has expired. The order for his reassignment could arrive any day. It would not hurt to meet with Pinger before leaving the sect. After all, if the reassignment order really comes, the chances of Hisong and Pinger seeing each other would be greatly reduced. After all, Pinger could be considered a friend Hisong met a long time ago. Now that she had invited him, it would be difficult for Hisong to refuse. With a casual gesture, Hisong took out a piece of thin paper and mana surged from the tips of his fingers, instantly carving out lines of text on the paper. Congratulations to junior sister Pinger on successfully reaching the foundation establishment stage, and may your immortal path be unhindered from now on. I have now left seclusion, and Pinger Dao friend is welcome to come to my cave mansion for a chat. Hisong. He put the paper into the sound transmission amulet, and with a surge of mana, the paper inside the amulet disappeared immediately. Seeing this, Hisong casually hung the sound transmission amulet around his waist. But soon after, Hisong's figure appeared in the tea room of his cave mansion. As Hisong continued his actions, wisps of tea fragrance soon filled the cave mansion. Under swirls of tea aroma, Hisong's entire cave mansion was enveloped in a refreshing tea scent. Since Pinger was already in the Thick Earth sect, Hisong informed her of the location of his cave mansion when he sent the message. As a result, Hisong didn't have to wait long. Only a moment later, Hisong saw tunneling light descending from the sky and landing outside his cave mansion. He casually opened a passage in the purple cloud heavenly array and welcomed Pinger into his cave mansion. The two sat down in the tea room, one as host and the other as guest. Congratulations to junior sister for successfully reaching foundation establishment. May your immortal path be unhindered from now on. Upon meeting, Hisong's first words to Pinger were still words of congratulations. Although he had already congratulated her in the previous message, when he saw her face to face, Hisong added another line of congratulations. After all, more than 9 years ago, Hisong had already known that Pinger was about to establish her foundation. But after 9 years, Hisong had been immersed in his seclusive cultivation and had completely forgotten about Pinger's foundation establishment. It was only when Pinger informed him that she was approaching the 10-year mark that he learned of the matter. Otherwise, it might take Hisong even longer to remember Pinger's foundation establishment. In order to cover up the slight embarrassment in his heart, Hisong didn't use his usual greetings when he spoke. Thank you, senior brother, but this time, besides seeing senior brother, Pinger also has a troubling matter. With her eyes shifting, Pinger looked at Hisong, taking a sip of tea. Her vision brightened immediately, and she took another sip of tea. But then, her face showed a trace of worry. Seeing this, Hisong's mind suddenly flashed with a hint of caution. What troubles are bothering her? Pinger has already reached foundation establishment now. He himself was just establishing foundation as well. Both at foundation establishment stage, if it's something Pinger cannot handle, could he handle it? With a bad feeling in his heart, Hisong intended to directly refuse after thinking it over. Otherwise, when Pinger asked him later, and he refused, it would make him appear too reluctant to help. However, before he could even speak, Pinger, with a worried expression on her face, spoke in a low voice. More than a decade ago, Xuanxuang's senior sister failed to establish her foundation, and after recovering from her injuries, she went to the Mountain Immortal City. Master has been worried about her over the years, but he knows Xuanxuang's senior sister's character. If he takes her back forcibly, she may leave again. Master is well aware that this matter can't be forced, so he entrusted it to me. As her gaze met Hisong's, Pinger's eyes flashed with an indescribable expression. Before senior sister Xuanxuang left, she wanted to see you, but you failed to establish your foundation and were in the process of healing, so she never saw you. I wonder if Pinger can ask senior brother for help to meet Xuanxuang's senior sister together. If we can persuade her to return, Pinger will never forget senior brother's great kindness. As Pinger's words continued, Hisong's plan to interrupt and directly refuse also quickly dissipated. This matter. There was no danger involved. He didn't need to refuse outright. After all, he had once promised Chu Xuanxuang that once he left seclusion, whether or not he had established his foundation, he would visit her personally. Now that he had successfully achieved the foundation establishment realm and had the strength to do so, it was time to fulfill that promise. Besides, apart from promising Chu Xuanxuang, Hisong had also promised Master Qingyue while returning to the Thick Earth sect that if he saw Chu Xuanxuang, he would definitely help to persuade her. Chapter 198, 198. What is caution? Thank you, senior brother Hisong, for clearing up my confusion. I hadn't expected the color of the tunneling light to have such profound implications. I've learned a lot today. Bowing to Hisong, Pinger looked at him with a hint of admiration in her eyes, feeling that inviting him to leave the sect to visit Chu Xuanxuang had been the right choice. Otherwise, with her original golden tunneling light, if someone took a disliking to her while she was outside, they could directly attack her with a sword, and she would be killed. As Hisong had said, changing the tunneling light to a water blue color made it much safer for her to venture outside. With this thought in mind, Pinger looked down below. She suddenly found that the mortal and cultivator people on the ground below didn't seem to notice her and Hisong's tunneling light at all, and no one was looking up at the sky anymore. Seeing this, Pinger's eyes instantly filled with even more admiration for Hisong. As expected, everything senior brother had said was true. As long as she changed the color of her tunneling light to water blue, people below wouldn't notice her while she was flying through the sky, unless they deliberately looked for her. It's no big deal. I'm just being a little cautious. Such trivial matters aren't worth mentioning. Hisong waved his hand, not caring much about Pinger's gratitude. Although he was somewhat surprised that Pinger had immediately changed the color of her tunneling light to water blue after hearing his advice, he didn't think he was doing her a great favor by mentioning it casually. In the sky, the two water blue tunneling lights flew by almost unnoticed, quickly crossing the horizon and heading towards the distant Mountain Immortal City. Both of them were foundation establishment masters. As they used their tunneling skills to move forward, their speed was naturally extremely fast. However, because the speed of the blood escape skill was obviously faster than other tunneling skills, Hisong had no choice but to slow down and fly side by side with Pinger. The speed of the blood escape skill, even when used only with mana, was much faster than other tunneling skills. It was a life-saving ace skill. Thick Earth Sect's Mountain Gate was not far from Mountain Immortal City. In just 3 days, the two had traveled from Thick Earth Sect to Mountain Immortal City. About 10 miles outside of Mountain Immortal City, Hisong and Pinger's figures landed in a forest. It's not that flying was forbidden within the Mountain Immortal City, but that restriction only applied to chi refining cultivators. For foundation establishment masters, this rule did not apply. Generally speaking, visiting foundation establishment masters would transform themselves into tunneling light and come directly from afar, landing straight in Mountain Immortal City. However, Hisong and Pinger had not done so this time. Senior brother, why did we land dozens of miles outside the Immortal City? We could have tunneled directly into the city. Next to him, Pinger, who had been stopped by Hisong, was puzzled and immediately asked. But out of trust for Hisong, she only asked the question instead of continuing forward. Seeing this, Hisong shook his head, gazing in the direction of Mountain Immortal City with a flash of insight in his eyes. Junior's sister has spent most of her time cultivating under Master Kin's view and knows little about the outside world. What Junior's sister doesn't know is that whether entering the Immortal City or Immortal Pavilion, one has to observe from a distance for a moment to ensure there are no abnormalities before entering. Otherwise, if we fall into a trap, we may not have the chance to escape. After the insight had flashed, Hisong saw that there were no abnormalities in Mountain Immortal City, and proceeded forward towards it. But this time, Hisong used the chi refining early-stage mountain wind riding skill instead of his tunneling skill. Simultaneously, his cultivation level also changed from foundation establishment early stage to chi refining late stage. On the side, Pinger, who had heard Hisong's words and noticed his actions and the change in his cultivation level, was suddenly filled with astonishment. What? Were there so many intricacies to a cultivator's journey in the outside world? When trying to enter an immortal city, you would land from mid-air dozens of miles away and observe the city to see if there were any abnormalities. And when entering the city, you would hide your cultivation level and only use your chi refining stage wind riding skill to travel. In this way, even if there were any ambushes within the city, Hisong, as a foundation establishment early stage cultivator, could immediately retreat. This cautiousness was utterly contrary to the righteous and straightforward teachings Master Qingyue had given her. However, when they had first met at Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, Hisong had already shown his exceptional caution, which set him apart from other cultivators. It was precisely because of Hisong's uniqueness at that time that Pinger had wanted to actively form a connection with him. Now, as Pinger took in everything one-on-one Hisong said and did, it only reinforced her strong sense of agreement with his approach. Caution was key to surviving for a long time. If Hisong wasn't cautious enough, then forget about reaching the foundation establishment stage. Whether he could even cultivate to the chi refining mid-stage would be in doubt. With the scene of their first meeting flashing through her mind, Pinger steadied her nerves and quickly followed in Hisong's footsteps. At the same time, Pinger's aura became faint, and the tunneling skill she used also changed to the chi refining wind riding skill. Catching up to Hisong, Pinger saw the surprise in Hisong's eyes as he looked at her and quickly blushed, explaining, "Senior brother, please don't blame me. In the past 9 years, I haven't practiced the breath concealment skill but only relied on the breath concealment formulas to manage. But don't worry, senior brother. After I persuade my senior sister, I will definitely learn the breath concealment skill first." Using the breath concealment formulas to completely conceal her presence, Pinger naturally knew that they were nothing more than a chi refining skill and were not as exquisite as the breath concealment skill. However, things had already come to this point, and since she hadn't learned the breath concealment skill, she could only do this. Although the breath concealment formulas were not as effective in hiding one's own cultivation as breath concealment skill, it should be enough for the time being. Their purpose here was merely to persuade Chu Shuangshuang. As for meeting with other foundation establishment masters, neither of them had thought about it. As long as they didn't encounter any other foundation establishment masters, there was not much difference between the breath concealment skill and the breath concealment formulas. On the side, hearing Pinger's explanation, Hisong had a strange look on his face. Everything he did was simply because of his cautious nature and habits he had formed over a long time. Unexpectedly, Pinger had copied his cautious behavior. However, because Pinger hadn't practiced the same skill as him, she was slightly different. If Pinger had practiced the breath concealment skill, Hisong was sure that Pinger would also hide her own cultivation like him and only reveal her chi refining late-stage cultivation to the outside world. Maybe if he teaches her, she would become extremely cautious. At that time, perhaps Pinger would also become an extremely cautious person in the path of cultivation. Thinking about that scenario, Hisong immediately looked at Pinger. Then he looked at himself. A thought flashed through his mind. Maybe it's worth a try? He had known Pinger for many, many years. From the time when both of them were at the chi refining early stage, to now, when they both became foundation establishment masters. The time in between was not short. There must have been decades. Having known each other for so long, Pinger and he could be considered fated. Although they were not close friends, they had a relatively good friendship. Moreover, even if he didn't teach her, Pinger might not be familiar with the outside world due to never having ventured alone, so her understanding of the outside world is very limited. Now she seems to be subconsciously imitating his actions. From the tunneling light to the breath concealment skill and wind riding skill, it could be seen that Pinger was imitating very seriously. Perhaps even if he didn't teach her, she would also gradually become as cautious as Hee-song in their interactions. However, this would result in many detours being taken. Instead of that, he might as well give some guidance, which could also be considered as fulfilling his duty toward Pinger. After all, foundation establishment masters like Pinger, who have little contact with the outside world, would always have an adaptation period after being sent out. But since they became foundation establishment masters as soon as they left the sect, the adaptation should be relatively quick. After the adaptation period and having an understanding of the outside environment, their mentality would gradually mature. If he were to guide her at this time, it might help Pinger avoid many detours. With these thoughts in mind, Hee-song immediately spoke up. No need to worry, this matter is not urgent, our priority now is to find junior sister Xuanxuan. Do you know where she is now? Hee-song casually asked as he and Pinger entered the mountain immortal city one after the other. The matter of making Pinger more cautious could be considered later. Hee-song naturally wouldn't rush it. Therefore, he turned his attention back to Chu Xuanxuan. As Chu Xuanxuan's junior sister, Pinger should know her whereabouts. Follow me. I know where my senior sister is. Over the years, we have always maintained contact. It's a pity that senior sister failed in her foundation establishment, sigh. As Pinger sighed, Hee-song did not say anything further. Foundation establishment has always been like 1,000 troops crossing a single log bridge. Starting from the chi refining mid-stage, many cultivators are stopped and trapped in that realm for life. Chu Xuanxuan being able to reach chi refining great perfection was already quite good. Ordinary cultivators, with bad luck, could only yearn to reach the chi refining mid-stage. Not to mention chi refining great perfection. Achieving foundation establishment was like a step into the heavens, a realm that could bring blessings to future generations. Falling in the bottleneck of the foundation establishment realm. Although cruel, it was actually already better than countless others. With no more words, Hee-song and Pinger swiftly passed through streets and alleys. Eventually, the two stopped in front of a small courtyard. Senior sister, it's me, Pinger. I'm here to see you. Upon arriving here, Hee-song saw Pinger step forward and call for her senior sister. Soon, with a creak, the gate of the small courtyard opened. A petite figure walked out from behind the gate. The moment Chu Xuanxuan saw Pinger, she threw herself towards her. Good junior sister, you finally came to see me. However, before the two could touch each other, Chu Xuanxuan, who had lunged toward Pinger, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She saw Hee-song standing behind Pinger. Chapter 199, a paper transfer order. Hee-song reacted quickly, turning his head to the side in an instant as if attracted by a distant scenery. For a moment, a surprised look flashed across Chu Xuanxuan's face. Then, as if nothing had happened, after clearing her throat, her entire demeanor suddenly became more dignified. Ahem, so Pinger and Mr. He have arrived. Please come in and have a seat. With Chu Xuanxuan's repeated invitations, the three people entered the small courtyard. With a creak, the courtyard door closed behind them. In the courtyard, Chu Xuanxuan and Hee-song sat across from each other at a stone table. In front of the three of them, a teapot hovered in midair, as if held by an invisible hand, pouring tea into each of their cups. As the teapot landed, a faint tea fragrance permeated the small courtyard. Pinger picked up her teacup and took a sip. She instantly tasted the difference. This tea. It was much inferior to the one she had tasted from Hee-song before. The spirit tea she had previously tasted at Hee-song's cave mansion was the foundation establishment spirit tea he had specially bought from the sect. Although not particularly precious, it had some benefits for foundation establishment cultivators, even if only a slight increase in mana. Now, this tea tasted weaker, and the increased mana could be neglected. However, even so, Pinger didn't show any disappointment, even deliberately drinking another sip before putting down her teacup. One was a foundation establishment master, and the other a cheer-refining cultivator. It was only natural that their belongings would differ somewhat. Chu Shuangshuang was the senior sister who had led her own introduction to Master Qin Yu's tutelage, so Pinger naturally wouldn't show any dissatisfaction. Next to her, Hisong's expression was unchanged, picking up the teacup in front of him and taking a small sip. He didn't show any difference either. After nodding slightly, he took another sip. Only then did he put down his teacup and look at Chu Shuangshuang in front of him. Chu Shuangshuang was still the same Chu Shuangshuang. With a petite figure and beautiful face, she looked very well behaved, but in reality, her character was quite bold. It was a pity that she had failed to establish her foundation. Her lifespan was now reduced to just a few decades. A look of regret flashed in Hisong's eyes. Shuangshuang's hospitality may be lacking, so do not take offense. With a flick of her fingers, Chu Shuangshuang used her spirit power to refill their tea and then said, hearing her words, Hisong, and the others shook their heads, indicating that it was sufficient. Seeing this, Chu Shuangshuang knew that Hisong and the others were only trying to be polite. 9 years ago, when Pinger succeeded in establishing her foundation, she had heard news of their success with foundation establishment as well. At that time, she had felt the unpredictability of life, but was powerless to change it. Fortunately, after 9 years, her unwillingness had dissipated over time, otherwise, upon seeing the two of them, her emotions would not be so peaceful. She, a disciple who had grown up by the side of a master since childhood, had failed to establish her foundation. Hisong and Pinger, who used to be mere loose cultivators, had both succeeded in establishing their foundations. With such a gap, it was fortunate that Chu Shuangshuang had known them for a long time and that their relationships were harmonious, otherwise, it was likely that her Dao heart would be broken. But now, seeing Hisong and Pinger treating her like nothing had changed, Chu Shuangshuang felt better, her smile becoming more sincere. Mr. He, I trust you've been well since we last met. Before I was sent out of the sect, I always wanted to see Mr. He. Unfortunately, Mr. He was recuperating from injuries at that time, so I missed the opportunity to meet him. I didn't expect Mr. He to still remember what was said that day. Now that Mr. He visits me personally, I feel quite flattered. With her gaze on Hisong, Chu Shuangshuang said. Hisong and Pinger had a close relationship, and they had been acquainted with her for over 20 years. Therefore, with Hisong paying her a visit, she naturally wouldn't neglect him. Moreover, she was the one who originally asked to meet Hisong. Now that Hisong had come to fulfill his promise, she was naturally happy. I do not wish to hide the matter from you, junior sister. In addition to keeping my promise, I am also committed to fulfilling Master Qin Yu's request to persuade you to return. 10 years ago, Master Qin Yu had mentioned to me her longing for you. Now, another 10 years have passed, and I fear that Master Qin Yu's yearning for you. As he spoke, Hisong paused, hesitating to continue. But in the end, he did not say anything more, only shaking his head and sighing. When Master Qin Yu spoke to him about this matter back then, Hisong still vividly remembered the look in her eyes. Chu Shuangshuang had been here for over a decade. In these years, although Master Qin Yu had not come looking for her, it was only because she knew Chu Shuangshuang's personality, and did not want to force her to return. To say that she didn't miss her was impossible. The fact that she was yearning to see her but had to entrust the matter of persuasion to someone else, as well as Pinger's invitation, was the reason Hisong was here now. Yes, Master has been saying your name all these years, and from time to time, she would gaze at the direction of the mountain immortal city, lost in thought for a long time. Master even told me that if I were to fail in establishing my foundation, she would still keep me by her side. Senior sister, Master never blamed you. Let's go back together, okay? At the side, seeing Hisong suddenly bringing up the matter, Pinger took advantage of the momentum to start persuading her as well. The two of them came this time, not only to catch up with Chu Shuangshuang, but also to persuade her to return. Now that Hisong had started, Pinger naturally wouldn't lag behind. After hearing Hisong and Pinger's persuasion, Chu Shuangshuang's face gradually became blank. She had only run away to Mountain Immortal City because she had failed in her foundation establishment and didn't know how to face Master Qin Yu. But now, more than 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The sense of helplessness in her heart had long since dissipated. The reason why she had not returned yet. was merely because she could not find a way to approach the subject with Master Qingyi Yu. She also missed Master Qingyi Yu in her heart. Therefore, when He Song and Pinger arrived and provided her with a way out, Chu Shuangshuang naturally wouldn't resist too much. With the flow. After much hesitation and Pinger's continuous persuasion, Chu Shuangshuang finally nodded and agreed to the matter. In persuading her, He Song did not make much effort. Beyond being the first to initiate the conversation, the rest of the persuasion was done by Pinger. During this process, He Song did nothing but drink tea, only occasionally nodding in agreement with Pinger's words. Apart from that, he did nothing more. However, even so, He Song had already fulfilled what he had promised to Master Qingyi Yu, as well as Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang. He had met Chu Shuangshuang and had also tried to persuade her, although his efforts were not great. But the result was good. With Pinger's efforts, Chu Shuangshuang opened her heart quickly, and now was even discussing with Pinger what gifts to bring back for Master Qingyi Yu. Seeing this, He Song naturally understood that their mission in coming here had been accomplished. However, before He Song could relax, the sound transmission amulet hanging on his body was lighting up at this moment. Seeing this, He Song knew in his heart, perhaps this time, Master Fa Xian's order had really arrived. At the side, Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang were also attracted by the light. For a moment, the small courtyard became quiet. Ignoring the gaze of the two women beside him, He Song opened the sound transmission amulet and casually took out a thin piece of paper from it. Elder He Song has been in the Foundation establishment for 10 years, is now transferred to Jade Immortal City's Herb's Immortal Workshop as a guardian. In charge of all affairs of the Herb's Immortal Workshop. Master Fa Xian. He Song raised an eyebrow slightly and sighed in his heart. Sure enough. Given the thick earth sect's shortage of personnel, it was impossible for someone like He Song, who had just achieved Foundation establishment master-level fighting power, to be left idle. But no sooner had He Song left the thick earth sect than he received Master Fa Xian's order. However, looking at the description on the paper, He Song couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, in the past 10 years, he had been constantly improving his strength. Now, He Song's power should be considered quite good among the early Foundation establishment masters. With enough strength, the position of Immortal Workshop Guardian was quite suitable for He Song. As a guardian of the Immortal Workshop, one usually only needed to stay in the Immortal Workshop to protect it. Of course, if you wanted to, you could also get involved in the affairs within the Immortal Workshop to earn more spirit stones. However, these matters were usually not personally handled by the Workshop Guardians. Beyond that, the Workshop Guardian had no other responsibilities during the guarding process of the Immortal Workshop. Whether it was seclusive cultivation, or studying skills, or experiencing all aspects of life within the Immortal Workshop, all were acceptable. However, if one were like Master Chengshan of Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, who suffered a great loss after going out for a trip, the annual salary of the Immortal Workshop Guardian would be reduced according to the extent of damage suffered by the workshop. That was also the reason why Master Chengshan had mercilessly killed those evil cultivators at that time. But for He Song, he never minded the annual salary of the Thick Earth sect. That little bit of annual salary held no great temptation for He Song. If he hadn't been still thinking about the golden elixir skill means in the Thick Earth sect's book collection pavilion, He Song might have returned to his cave mansion after learning the Foundation establishment skill of the Thick Earth sect and embarked on seclusive cultivation. Therefore, when faced with a real crisis, He Song would naturally choose to flee for his life. As for the Immortal Workshop? What Immortal Workshop? Was the Immortal Workshop more important than his own life? Putting away the paper in his hand, He Song wanted to say something and then take his leave. But he didn't expect. Just as he was about to speak, another light flared up from Pinger's body at this moment. He Song saw it clearly. It was the unique light of a sound transmission amulet. Pinger's sound transmission amulet also lit up at this moment. Seeing this, Hisong chose not to speak, and waited for Pinger to finish reading the message from her sound transmission amulet before saying his goodbyes. Chapter 200 Herb's Immortal Workshop. Just then, the sound transmission amulet on Pinger's body lit up as well. Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang's gaze both immediately fell on Pinger. Seeing that everyone's attention was on her, Pinger quickly took out her sound transmission amulet. Opened it. Immediately, her expression changed. Hisong didn't try to peek at who had sent the message to Pinger, nor did he know what exactly was said in the message. But judging from the change in Pinger's expression, the message she received should be similar to the one he had received. Although Pinger was only 9 years into foundation establishment, with the help of Master Qingyue, she had gained the strength of foundation establishment in just 9 years. Since she had the strength of foundation establishment, Pinger was naturally considered a foundation establishment master. Under the premise that the Thick Earth sect did not have enough hands, Pinger, who already had foundation establishment strength, would naturally receive the orders for deployment as well. He just didn't know whether Pinger and his positions as guardians would be close to each other since they received the deployment orders one after another. If they were not far apart, the two could still have some cooperation. At least in crisis situations, it would not be a case of no one to support them. With various thoughts flashing through his mind, Hisong's eyes turned to Pinger. He saw that Pinger was also looking at him at the moment. "Senior brother, the sect leader has sent an adjustment order for me to go to the Wolf Immortal Pavilion of the Jade Immortal City to be the Master Guardian," Pinger said as she flipped the paper in her hand to show the side with the words on it, a trace of helplessness in her voice. Originally, she was just a minor immortal cultivator. Later, by chance, she met Chu Shuangshuang, a disciple of a true master, which allowed her to survive the big disaster at the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. Afterwards, she progressed rapidly, joining the ranks of Master Qingyue's disciples and becoming a disciple of a true master. Now, she had reached the foundation establishment stage. But because she had always lived within the Immortal Pavilion, under Master Qingyue's protection, and in the small courtyard of the Thick Earth Sect's gate, she was quite unfamiliar with various affairs outside. However, what opinion could Hisong have? He looked at the paper in Pinger's hand. Apart from the name of the Immortal Pavilion being different, it seemed to be identical to the one he received. Seeing this, Hisong could only shake his head. As a foundation establishment master, as long as you go to this Wolf Immortal Pavilion, you won't have any difficulties. Even if there are difficulties, killing a few people would be no problem at all. Junior sister, just be at ease. Indeed, as Hisong said, if the Master Guardian appointed by the Thick Earth sect encountered difficulties in the Immortal Pavilion under their watch, there must be someone sabotaging things. In that case, killing that person or those people who were getting in the way would naturally stabilize the Immortal Pavilion. Foundation establishment masters have mastery over life and death. It's not that without their own helpers, they can only let those below deceive and suppress others. In the cultivation world, might makes right. If a chi refining cultivator dared to jump in front of a foundation establishment master, they must be prepared to be crushed at any time. By the way, I too have received the order for deployment from the sect leader, so I need to leave first. I cannot defy the sect leader's orders, and I need to hurry to the Herb's Immortal Workshop. After informing Pinger of his thoughts, Hisong quickly chose to say his goodbyes and leave. He recalled the location of the Herb's Immortal Workshop he was ordered to guard. Even the Wolf Immortal Pavilion where Pinger was stationed, Hisong already knew its location. Wolf Immortal Pavilion. Herb's Immortal Workshop. These two immortal pavilions were not far apart and even could be considered adjacent from each other. Starting from the Herb's Immortal Workshop, one only needed to travel a few hundred miles to reach the Wolf Immortal Pavilion. At this distance, even if one person encountered trouble, the other could quickly arrive to resolve the crisis. At the same time, knowing that his guarded Herb's Immortal Pavilion was so close to Pinger's guarded Wolf Immortal Pavilion, Hisong felt a desire to become good friends with Pinger. Having more friends meant having more help. In case something unexpected happened in the future, with Pinger's support, he might be able to feel more at ease. In this case, when saying goodbye, Hisong looked at Pinger, wondering whether he should go together with Pinger to the locations of their guarded immortal pavilions. what Isong was thinking, but when Isong spoke to say his goodbyes, hearing his words, Chu Shuangshuang understood his intentions and said, "In that case, you two should set off quickly. You two received the sect leader's orders almost at the same time, so you must be close to each other. I will also set off immediately to return to my master's side. I just don't know where my master is right now." However, as she spoke, Chu Shuangshuang turned her pleading gaze to Pinger. Due to the shame of meeting Master Qingyue again, Chu Shuangshuang had little contact with Qingyue. Under these circumstances, it was normal for her not to know where Master Qingyue was at the moment. On the side, hearing Chu Shuangshuang's words, Pinger's eyes lit up. She knew where Master Qingyue was now. At the same time, she suddenly remembered that the place she was about to go to seemed to be on the way. Master is currently guarding the Jade Immortal City, and the place I'm heading to is also within the jurisdiction of the Jade Immortal City, the Wolf Immortal Pavilion. We can go together. I don't know where senior brother is guarding, would you be able to travel with us? As they spoke, Pinger looked towards Hisong. Seeing that Hisong had already nodded slightly, he then replied. What a coincidence, the place I am going is also under the jurisdiction of Jade Immortal City, called the Herb's Immortal Workshop. Herb's Immortal Workshop and Wolf Immortal Pavilion are both under the jurisdiction of the Jade Immortal City. Master Qingyue happens to be in the Jade Immortal City. Chu Shuangshuang's destination is also the Jade Immortal City. It happens to be on the way for both of them. As a result, Chu Shuangshuang started packing her things once she knew this. A moment later, when Chu Shuangshuang had finished packing, Hisong waved his hand and released the white jade boat he had already refined for himself. The white jade boat slowly grew bigger, and under Hisong's control, it soon accommodated the three of them. Upon seeing this, the three of them stepped onto the white jade boat one after another. Meanwhile, the white jade boat, under Hisong's control, quickly soared into the sky and sped towards the direction of Jade Immortal City. Only envious gazes were left behind in the Mountain Immortal City. A spirit boat, the standard equipment of a Foundation establishment master. Seeing a spirit boat soaring into the sky, the chi refining cultivators knew that a Foundation establishment master was leaving. What they did not know was, on Hisong's spirit boat, there were not just one Foundation establishment master, but two. Apart from Hisong, Pinger was also a Foundation establishment master. Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang, at this moment, stood behind Hisong, letting him control the white jade boat, taking them forward continuously. Senior brother, are there any precautions we should be aware of while traveling on a spirit boat? Will the spirit boat attract too much attention? After getting away from the Mountain Immortal City, Pinger, who had been quietly waiting on the spirit boat for a while, suddenly asked Hisong. Since there are precautions to be taken when using tunneling light to travel and when entering the Immortal City, there should be precautions to take when traveling on a spirit boat, right? After all, the spirit boat is conspicuous. One might risk their own safety should they be targeted. Unknowingly, Pinger began to have a cautious heart, even asking about it at this moment. Saying this, Hisong turned his head and looked at her. He was surprised but also appreciated Pinger's cautious attitude. She is really taking her emulation of his cautiousness seriously. However, Hisong usually does not use the spirit boat when traveling. If it weren't for the presence of Chu Shuangshuang, a chi refining great perfection cultivator, Hisong would not use the spirit boat. When he needs to travel, he usually employs earth tunneling skill or blood escape skill. The spirit boat seems a bit too ostentatious. There isn't much to be cautious about, just stay alert at all times. In case someone tries to ambush you, you'll be able to react quickly. For general travel, you can use tunneling skill, or if you don't want to be discovered, you can learn an earth tunneling skill and travel underground. Shaking his head, Hisong casually mentioned a few things. Since Pinger is already emulating his cautious attitude, he might as well teach her a bit more. Whether Pinger can learn or understand, it's all up to fate. Hisong can't predict how much she can learn. On the side, after hearing Hisong's response, Pinger thoughtfully nodded. Earth tunneling skill? Can it also be used for travel? In her heart, Pinger was puzzled. To her knowledge, earth tunneling skill was mainly used for sneak attacks or avoiding pursuits. Travel? Aside from people like Hisong who were inherently cautious and liked to explore survival methods, there were not many people who used earth tunneling skill for travel. Cultivators are supposed to be refined and dignified. The reason cultivators prefer tea over wine is precisely because of this. The love for flying among cultivators, who even spend large sums of money to buy light body skill, is also because of this. The beauty of cultivators is likewise because of this. Cultivators